Tantor Audio presents The Union Street Bakery by Mary Ellen Taylor. Narrated by Susan Boyce. Chapter 1. Arrange whatever pieces come your way. Virginia Woolf. Alexandria, Virginia. Life can turn on a dime. It's a common cliché, and I'd heard it often enough. People die or move away. Investments go south. Affairs end. Loved ones betray us. Stuff happens. In the light of day, I've always been able to acknowledge that life's really bad curveballs are out of our control. I mean, come on. Who really wants cancer? Who expects lightning to strike a plane and send it plummeting into the ocean? And, ladies, how could we really have known that Mr. Say All the Right Things was such a schmuck? Bad things happen to good people. When I'm at the office, carving into my to-do list, sharing a joke with friends, or running at a breakneck pace on the treadmill, I understand this concept. I really do. But ask me those same questions during the darkest time of night, when there is nothing to distract me, however, and my answer won't be as philosophical. Without life's distracting whirl and buzz, my rational logic quickly surrenders to shadowy emotions that lurk and wait to strike. When alone, the promise of control whispers that happiness is mine for the having if only I work very, very hard. Hold on tight, run fast, work hard, dress right. If I can do everything right, then maybe, just maybe, the herd, the clan, friends, co-workers, or whomever will keep me close. When I was a kid, this gut feeling translated into socks and lunchboxes. In grade school, I believed that if my socks matched my dress, if I carried the right Barbie lunchbox, and if I made all A's, I'd be accepted by friends, teachers, and family. I just knew if I could be perfect, I'd somehow be more deserving of love. This obsession with belonging followed me from grade school through high school, college, and into the professional world. No detail was small enough to be managed. No problems were too insignificant to obsess over. My therapist once said, "Life listens to no master." Good, sound advice that I really wanted to embrace, but never quite managed. And so I did what I did best, and focused more attention on all the details, no matter how tiny, believing that somehow I would remain a step ahead. I'd earned a master's degree in business administration and a chartered financial analyst certificate, and quickly established myself as a rising star in a Washington, D.C. money management firm. I also spent wisely and invested in my company's stocks, donated to the SPCA and the United Way. I had friends, a sublease on an apartment with sweeping views of Rock Creek Park, and jam-packed, purposeful days that left little time for worry or second-guessing. Having done everything right, I fully expected that circumstances would never turn on any damn dime, and my life would not only be filled with love, but that the flock would always embrace me. And then, the chief financial officer of our firm swaggered up to the stock market's metaphorical poker table, holding two of a kind, and bet most of the chips. The house, however, held a full house, and with its better hand swiped the company winnings off the table. I, along with a few others, suggested that the CFO retrench. Back off. Don't expose us so much. Unmoved by logic and seemingly imbued with confidence, the CFO raised the bet. This time he held a straight. Better, but not enough to beat the house's royal flush. The staggering loss knifed into the firm's investment accounts, which quickly started hemorrhaging. No matter how hard the investment team and I tried to stop the bleeding, we could not. Soon, clients bailed. The CFO resigned. And finally, in a New Year's Day panic, the firm's big boss sold our investment shop to a larger firm, which quickly declared all the members of the investment team obsolete. 1 second, I was at my desk talking to a client, assuring him that my investments, though battered, remained tied up with the company like his. And in the next, the new CFO had me in his office and was spouting phrases like, "This is no reflection of you, Daisy. We respect what you did." Before I had time to shake off the shock, I had to stumble through a maze of gray cubicles toward the elevators, the buzzing fluorescents mingling with the whispers of co-workers. Tucked under my arm was a single box holding a plant, a framed picture of my parents standing in front of their bakery, a black mug, and my 2 diplomas. Someone had called out their best wishes to me, but I was too stunned and too humiliated to turn. The elevator doors opened, and I woodenly stepped into the car. In a blink, the doors closed on the last decade of my life. Now, as I sat on the edge of the pull-out sofa in my parents' attic room and watched the shadows dance and sway over roughly hewn ceiling beams, I wondered for the 100th time what I could have done differently to stop the explosion that rocked my life. I had seen the CFO's moodiness deepen daily and had felt the weight of his stress. I had known something was wrong, but had assumed his plight was personal, not professional. I should have pushed through my own worries and spoken to him privately. I should have muzzled my insecurities and demanded to see his trades. I should have stood up on my desk and screamed, "Houston, we have a problem." But I didn't do any of those things. I kept my head down, basically obsessed over trimming the trees while the forest burned. Shit. I swung my legs over the side of the sofa to the cold wooden floor. My toes curled, and my heart drummed faster against my ribs as I stared at the fortress of crates, boxes, and suitcases crammed into the attic room. Beyond the barrier, my road bike leaned against one wall. Stacks of books piled high on the floor, and my laptop rested on an old sewing table. All my worldly goods had been wedged into boxes and trash bags and stowed in every available corner. I dug long fingers through my black hair, and then pressed the heels of my hands to my forehead. Though I might not have always loved my job, I had done it well, and it had rewarded me with success and pride. Never had I once thought that the job was me, or I was the job. We were 2 separate entities. But as I raised my gaze to the moonlight streaming in the room's single window, I had to concede that the job had wormed into my identity, like sprawling ivy vines, which over time, slowly and carefully, had burrowed into the mortar, brick, and foundation of my life. With the job gone, I was left damaged and marked, like bricks stripped clean of ivy. I was lost, adrift. Who the hell was I if I wasn't Daisy S. McCrae, Vice President, Suburban Enterprises? Panic scraped at the back of my head and made my skin crawl. It would be so easy to just scream and cry at the utter futility of this mess. But I'd learned at a very young age that crying never solved anything, nor did it calm the chaos. Shit. I stared at my toes and the chipped red polish from a weeks-old pedicure. Finance jobs in the area were few and far between in recent months, and with each new, "No, not now," overqualified, underqualified, my sense of helplessness grew. Never in my life had I worked so hard and received so many rejections. Soon, showers and a clean change of clothes had stopped being an everyday thing. My appetite vanished. I avoided friends and family. I couldn't seem to untangle the net that had me trapped. My cell phone, sitting on a makeshift moving box-turned nightstand, shrilled an alarm that cut through the silence and startled me. I quickly shut off the glaring noise and checked the time. 3:21. I could barely think or function, and yet it was time to get up. Tears welled up in my throat, and as much as I wanted to pull my sleeping bag over my head and hide, I didn't. I swallowed. No tears. Daisy McCrae did not cry. How did I get here? Here was Old Town Alexandria, Virginia. My new, but I have been quick to say, temporary home was the top-floor apartment in my parents' 120-year-old brick townhouse. It was the room I'd shared with my sisters as a kid, where I'd played dress-up, dreamed of my birth mother, and traded secrets with imaginary friends. It was ground zero, square one of my life. And I was back. Oh, God. Dropping back against the lumpy mattress, I did pull the sleeping bag over my head. The money I'd invested with Suburban was all but gone. The furniture that filled my apartment was gone. My designer suits and Prada heels were in storage. My mail now forwarded to a 4-by-5-inch P.O. box in Alexandria. In a blink, I became the loser, unemployed kid living in the attic. Maybe, if I lay very still, I'll really wake up and find that the last few months have just been a nightmare. I waited, hoped, prayed for a miracle, even as the spring in the sofa mattress poked my backside and my mind shouted, "Get up! You've got promises to keep." I'd never broken a promise in my life, ever. And that quirk was why I'd always been careful about making promises. Shit! I sat up, tossed aside the sleeping bag, and again swung my legs over the side of the sofa bed. Groping fingers found my worn sweatpants and a faded University of Richmond t-shirt, which, thankfully, I'd laid out before bed. Shrugging off my nightgown, the cool night air hit my bare skin and sent a chill through my body. Cursing my life, I quickly slipped on my clothes. Bare feet went begrudgingly into worn clogs as I pulled my crooked ponytail free and combed fingers through my wavy hair. I weaved through unpacked boxes toward the moonlight streaming through the window that overlooked Union Street in Old Town. It was a clear night, and the stars twinkled. I had never felt more lost or alone. You are not lost. The whisper-soft words rattled in my head now as they did the night prior when I first climbed the stairs to the attic. I'd not heard the voice in years. Most might have fretted over hearing a voice, but it was as familiar to me as the house's clanging pipes, flickering lights, and squeaky floorboards. You are not alone. Go away. My voice was gravelly and rough with sleep. Hearing myself respond out loud reminded me of the time I had a friend sleep over when I was a kid. Millie had heard me talking to someone she could not see, and when I told her the house had a ghost, she tried to laugh it off, but I could see the worry take root. That night, as the shadows swayed and my room filled with the steady, familiar sounds of footsteps on the attic stairs, she'd freaked. I tried to calm her with assurances that the ghost was good, but the more I spoke, the more hysterical she became. She called her mom shortly after midnight and begged to go home. She'd never slept over again. I'd always feared the future, but I'd never been afraid of whatever dwelled in this house. In fact, whoever was here was more like an annoying friend than foe. You are not lost. Want to bet? The temperature plummeted, and the scent of honeysuckle permeated the air. Follow the stars. Is that the best you got? What the hell does that mean? Follow the stars. I waited, listening for specific details, but heard only the sway of the wind through the trees outside my window. For generations, my parents' townhouse had not only been home to the family, but to the family business as well. Long before I was born, the building's first floor and basement were dedicated to the Union Street Bakery, which has been owned and operated by a McCrae since 1852. Below my window stood the bakery's sidewalk cafe, furnished with a collection of bare wrought-iron tables. The table's umbrellas, along with the potted red geraniums, had been pulled in last night, as they had been every night for as long as I could remember. The trees lining the land between the garden and the Potomac River hadn't bloomed, or filled with leaves, so I could still see the lazy waters meander past. Lights from the Maryland side winked back. Soon green foliage would blossom, fill the empty branches, and blot out the Wilson Bridge, which joined the shores of Virginia and Maryland, and the development on the north side of the river. And this corner of Union Street would then feel as if it had slipped back to the time of carriages, cobblestone streets, schooners, and the first whispers of the Civil War. The first McCrae of the clan's American branch, Sean McCrae, had been an Irishman known for a quick temper, a mind for business, and the devil's luck in cards. He'd settled in Alexandria in 1842, coming to America with his daughter when his first wife died in the potato famine. He'd found work in a slave auction house, but over time lost his taste for trading human flesh. For a few years, no record of Sean surfaced, and his life slipped into the shadows. And then, in 1851, city records mentioned that Sean McCrae was the new proprietor of the McCrae's Bakery, later to be known as the Union Street Bakery. His specialty was sea biscuits, or ship's bread, a hearty cracker that fed sailors who labored on barges, schooners, and other ships docked in Alexandria's thriving harbor. Seamen, and later Confederate and Union soldiers, drawn to the thriving seaport, talked about McCrae crackers and biscuits with reverence. In 1865, Sean married his second wife, Sally Good, a young girl from Ohio. She became his partner in every sense, and some said her eye for business rivaled his own. They passed the business to their oldest son, and he did the same when he retired. Ever since, a McCrae has operated the business. And now I have returned to the city to do what so many of my clan did before me, to bake bread. I pushed open the window, closed my eyes, and inhaled the early morning air. The scent of honeysuckle laced the air. The twisting, twining vine had bloomed a month early this year, and reminded me of the day my birth mother kissed my cheek on a crowded Saturday afternoon at the bakery. She pushed a plate of butter cookies toward me and whispered, "Be a good girl. I will be back soon." Even though I was 3, I had sat patiently nibbling my cookies, watching red sprinkles pepper my yellow skirt, waiting, and expecting my mother to return. In those days, time always felt like forever, but I was used to waiting for my birth mother, so I didn't panic or cry. It was Sheila McCrae, the young hippie bakery shop owner with 5- and 3-year-old daughters of her own, who had noticed I sat alone and unattended for too long. She called for a search that quickly became frantic. I remember Sheila's husband, Frank McCrae, talking to the police, the social worker speaking to me softly, and me screaming bloody murder when they tried to lead me away. "No!" I'd shouted. "Mama!" Sheila McCrae had pulled the social worker aside and told her I could stay at the bakery as long as I wanted. Some compromise had been struck, and Mrs. McCrae had told me I could wait for my mother. Finally, I stopped crying. They'd coaxed me inside, found a change of clothes for me, and fed me supper. I sat awake in bed, clutching the sheets, still hoping my mom would return. Finally, I drifted to sleep. My birth mother never came back that night, or the nights that followed. The police launched a search. The river had been dragged. There'd been newscasts and articles that flashed my picture and the few statistics the McCraes had coaxed from me. but no one had come forward with information on the abandoned bake shop baby. I had only vague recollections of my birth mother, the scent of peppermints, the feel of her fingertips as she brushed hair out of my eyes, and the husky sound of her voice as she sang her one and only lullaby, Rock-a-bye Baby. The police never found or discovered her true identity. I gave my birth mother the made-up name of Renee because it sounded very exotic. But the name Renee was as much a part of my imagination as the images of her that I had created. With no facts to anchor Renee, her story and likeness often shifted when I daydreamed. A destitute woman, a movie actress, a spy. But no matter who she was, or what she looked like, she loved me and deeply regretted leaving me behind. Sheila and Frank McCrae, even before the Commonwealth terminated Renee's parental rights, effortlessly wove me into their family. The McCraes formally adopted me almost a year to the day Renee left. Both of my new parents did their best to make me feel loved in their home. When Mom dispensed candy, each of her daughters got 5 pieces. When Christmas rolled around, we each had 6 wrapped presents under the tree. We bought back-to-school supplies at the same time. And in elementary school, we each ended up with the same style backpack and the same white Nikes. But in my mind, I was a loose stray thread that was a little too off-color and uneven to fully mesh with the delicate Irish McCrae linen. Now as I stared at the patio, a rush of anger flooded my body. Whenever I go back to the early years with Renee, I become frustrated that I cannot remember more than cookie sprinkles on my yellow skirt. When Renee left, she took critical pieces of my life with her. My sisters have their "the day you were born" birth stories. They know their grandmother suffered with breast cancer, and that the heart disease that plagued our dad is a threat. They know they inherited Mom's fair skin and Dad's blue eyes. But I had no medical details, and I don't know who gave me my dark hair or my raspy voice. When Renee left, she took my history with her, and she created in me a jigsaw puzzle with missing key pieces. Almost complete, but not quite. What could a 3-year-old have done to deserve being ditched? You are not lost. Shut up. I sucked in a deep breath as a therapist once advised. More honeysuckle filled my lungs, and I longed for the high-rise office with its sterile, computer-controlled air that held no hints of the past. Like it or not, I was back home. To live, and to do what McCraes have been doing for over 150 years. Bake bread. It was also not lost on me that I am not a real McCrae, and I felt a little like a fraud. Daisy? Daisy, are you awake? My sister Rachel pushed through my bedroom door, 2 cups of coffee in her hands. Rachel was only 3 months older than me, but we were as different as night and day. Rachel had the McCrae clan's coloring, strawberry blonde cool looks, pale skin, blue eyes, and hundreds of freckles. Like our parents, Rachel was 8 inches shorter than my near 6-foot frame, and like Mom, her sunny disposition drew people as easily as the honeysuckle summoned the bees. Ready to start your first day? A neat ponytail accentuated her freshly scrubbed peaches and cream face, and of course she was smiling. Rachel was always smiling. I tossed a final glance at the night sky. Day? You're kidding, right? Rachel laughed as she crossed and handed me the steaming cup of coffee. Welcome to the world of a baker. You remember when Dad climbed out of bed at 3 every morning when we were kids? I guess. Dad had rattled around the kitchen each morning, cursing and trying to make his coffee. I often got up, found the coffee beans, and set the pot to brew as we sat and listened to the gurgle of the machine. After he filled his cup and drank his first sip, he'd kiss me and then shoo me back to bed. I stared into the dark depths of my cup, knowing I wouldn't be going back to bed, and that I had a 3-cup minimum before I'd function at full speed. It's one thing to know someone was up early, but it's quite another to be the one who is actually awake and functioning. Henri has been in the kitchen since midnight. Henri, who originally hailed from the Basque region of France, had worked for Dad for over 25 years. Every night, Sunday through Friday, Henri clocked in at midnight to fire up the bakery's stoves. He mixed dough and shaped loaves until his shift ended just before 7. I only had vague recollections of him leaving each morning just before the store opened, a cigarette dangling from his lips, flour coated his black shoes, and several loaves tucked under his arm. Henri had always been a bit of a ghost to me. The thought of working side by side with him was jarring. Working until 3 in the morning was the norm when I had deadlines for the firm. But rising at this unholy hour is different. It breaks all the laws of nature. I can't believe you've been doing this for the last year alone. Rachel shrugged, and I imagined the worries rolling off her shoulders like rain from a duck's feathers. It hasn't been so bad. I'm up and have the bulk of my work done before the kids wake up. And remember, Margaret is scheduled to open the storefront at 7. According to the new plan, I would work in the bakery kitchen with Henri and Rachel, and then at 7, our other sister, Margaret, would arrive to work the front counter while I retired to the bakery office to sort the paperwork. Rachel would hurry upstairs to her second-floor apartment to get her twin 5-year-old daughters up and dressed for school. Once the girls were out the door, Rachel had to head back downstairs to work in the shop, which she'd keep open until 3. Rachel's late afternoons were split between the bakery and doing more kid-related things, soccer, dance, and God only knows what else. Mom promised that the new plan would run like clockwork. Clockwork. Right. This entire family hadn't had many clockwork days in recent years. 6 years ago, when our parents retired, they moved into the townhouse building across the street, which they'd bought in the 80s and had been renting out. They also turned over the bakery to Rachel and her new husband, Mike. Mom and Dad were near 70 by then, and Dad's heart had given him some fits in the form of minor heart attacks. The changing of the guard seemed a natural, logical switch. I had just gotten a big promotion at work, and my sister and her husband had happily taken over the bakery. With my parents safely retired, my association with flour, hot ovens, and waiting on customers promised to slip happily into the past forever. A year later, Rachel and Mike's twins, Ellie and Anna, came screaming into the world 7 weeks early, but, in the long run, perfect. Rachel and Mike were thrilled. Mom and Dad beamed. Even my older sister Margaret had seemed happy with her PhD studies at William and Mary. We had all found our place in the world. And then, 13 months ago, Mike had suffered a brain aneurysm while he'd been icing cakes. He died before the ambulance reached the hospital. The family rallied. I had made a loan to cover Rachel's cash flow problems, and Mom and Dad had stepped in to run the bakery. Margaret had come home for a few weeks and kept the register running. And Rachel hid in the kitchens, pouring her grief into endless confections. She often said the girls and baking had saved her sanity. Unfortunately, the routine my parents had managed so well for most of their youth soon overwhelmed their aging bodies. Dad had suffered another minor heart attack, so Rachel approached Margaret and asked for help. Margaret reluctantly agreed, believing she could work in the bake shop and finish her dissertation in her spare hours. I sent money, more than happy to part with cash so I could keep my distance. The family and bakery limped along for another year, but the schedule didn't really work. Margaret lost more and more time from her dissertation, and Rachel's weight and vitality waned as her pale skin turned pasty. Last Christmas, I came home on the heels of a bad breakup, only half listening to Rachel and Dad exchange heated whispers over selling the bakery. Mom had whipped mashed potatoes into a fine gooey paste, all the while reminding us it was the holiday, and we damn well better act nice to each other. But it had been a grim holiday. The bakery, it seemed, might just have to close. But then the McCrae's Irish luck came calling. A week and a half later, I lost my job. Though I had hopes of landing something before my 3-month severance expired, I had quickly discovered employment prospects for the crew members of Suburban, aka the SS Titanic, were slim to meager. Last week had marked 3 months of unemployment and the end of severance. Mom had summoned me home for a family dinner. I'd gone, expecting that she'd ask for more money. I didn't have a lot left after the company's crash, but I'd been ready to offer what I had. Instead, Mom had been all smiles, and she'd been serving her deadly daiquiris. I really should have known better. Mom's daiquiris had steadily unwound the tension normally knotting my gut and allowed me to lower my guard, so that when she offered me the job of bakery manager, until I found something better, of course, I'd been too buzzed and too at peace for my own good to say no. I agreed to manage the bakery and work with Rachel. Like rabid dogs, my parents and sister had named a salary and offered living arrangements before I sobered. And in just 3 days, I managed to throw a blowout going-away party for my unemployed work friends, and my family had moved me from my D.C. apartment back home to Alexandria. "I really appreciate this, Daisy," Rachel said. I sipped the coffee, remembering Rachel brewed it too bitter for my taste. Hey, family helps out family, and we'll find you someone who can help on a more permanent basis soon. Right. I pushed through mental cobwebs and searched for Dad's old schedule. We had almost 4 hours before the bakery opened. So, we mix the bread dough first? Rachel smiled. Just like in the days Dad ran the business. Henri has mixed the dough, and then we help him shape the remaining loaves and rolls. Bagels next, and cakes after that, so they can cool while we bake the cookies. Great. I gulped more coffee. Let me pee, and I'll be right down. Sure. Rachel nodded, but didn't leave. It really will be nice working with you. Should be great. Still, Rachel hesitated, which triggered an awkward need in me to fill the silence. Are Mom and Dad going to help this morning? No. They want us to go it alone. Dad's not been feeling great. She sipped her coffee and frowned. And you know Mom never worries when you are around. Mom worries about everyone. But she worries less when you're here. You're the rock. Maybe Mom also knows today won't be easy for me, and she's avoiding my moodiness. You? Moody? The unexpected sarcasm made us both laugh. But when the laughter trickled away, the darkness regained footing. Rachel sensed the shift in me, just as Mom always did. And, like Mom, Rachel got that wounded look in her eyes. It hurt Rachel, and especially Mom, when I cringed if they hugged too tight or kissed my cheek. I've long wanted us to be closer, but I'd come to believe that I don't know how to really love. I care about people, worry about their welfare, but an invisible barrier has always kept me separate from the world. Despite the distance, or perhaps because of it, I became fixer of all things McCrae. Need a picture hung, a ride, or furniture moved? Call Daisy. Need a little money? Call Daisy. A babysitter? Yep, Daisy is your go-to gal. A glance up at Rachel told me she wasn't going anywhere despite bruised feelings. I can pee by myself, Rachel. Oh, yeah, right, I know. Curse of small kids, she said, stepping back. I'm always lingering in case I'm needed. Which reminds me, you cut up my food last night. Rachel's laugh held a hint of apology. Sorry. And still, she didn't leave. I pulled the rubber band from my hair, finger-combed it, and then gathered it into a smoother ponytail. Really, I can pee on my own. Rachel traced the rim of her cup, and with each turn of her finger, her smile faded. Daisy, I know you don't want to be back. I know this has really got to suck for you. I smiled, but since the effort looked more like a grimace, faking nice has never been one of my specialties. Am I that obvious? You are. To me. I think you fooled Mom and Dad well enough. They wanted to be fooled. It was easy. Fresh tears glistened in Rachel's eyes. I'm sorry. For what? She wrung trembling hands. For not being able to keep this place afloat by myself. If I could, you'd be somewhere else. Come on, Rachel, don't cry. I hate it when you cry. I half expected Mom to bust through the door. Daisy, did you make your sister cry again? And, yeah, I'd be somewhere else. I'd be in an apartment I can no longer afford, and I'd still be jobless. You did me the favor. You don't believe that. I do. Keep saying it out loud and you might believe it. Rachel swiped away a big fat tear. Stop crying. You know me. I cry over spilled milk. Hey, this could be fun. A small lie that supported the greater good wasn't so bad, was it? It's just since Mike died, I've been doing so much by myself. No more worries. Daisy to the rescue. I had the sinking feeling that my temporary arrangement with the bakery had just been extended. Just remember, the baking gene skipped me. You'll need to tell me what to mix. I can burn toast. That seemed to buck her up a bit. Who knew flames could shoot that high out of a toaster oven? Don't forget the flaming cheese when I cooked pizza from scratch. As a teen, I'd gained a reputation as a terrible cook. The description had stuck. And though I really had improved over the years, no one in the family had really noticed. In their mind, I would forever be Daisy, burner of all things edible. A laugh eased some tension from her shoulders. Right. Hey, I know my fractions, and I can add and subtract. You stay close for the finesse part of the work, and I'll do the heavy lifting. Between the two of us, we're a decent baker. I can do that. Rachel swiped another tear and straightened her shoulders. A hint of her trademark smile reappeared. I can do that. I can do that. See? All better. I patted her on the shoulder, but my hand was stiff and my touch a little too hard. Now, Rachel, please leave me because I really, really have to pee. Chapter 2. Henri, a short, willowy man with stooped shoulders, hovered by a large mixer, watching patiently as the large dough hook twisted and molded the dough. His gnarled fingers gripped a handful of flour, which he randomly sprinkled into the stainless steel bowl. What looked haphazard to me, however, was not at all arbitrary to Henri. Like any master baker, Henri read dough as easily as I read the paper. Too much water? Too humid? A bad batch of flour? Henri knew. When I was a kid, I had been fascinated by the fact that he never went by any written recipe or used measuring cups. I would stand in the corner, just a little afraid to talk to the silent man who never mingled with the family, and watch him dump his ingredients into the large mixing bowl. I once screwed up the courage to ask him how he knew what to do. When? For a long time he didn't answer, or move his gaze from the dough, and then he'd shrugged and said, "Je sais." I know. "Henri," I said, clearing the gravel from my voice and trying not to sound like he still intimidated me a little. "Que pasa?" He raised his gaze, and his brow arched as he stared at me. I half imagined he was glad to see me, and then he grunted a greeting before returning to his dough. Others might have been offended by Henri's abrupt, almost rude response, but I wasn't. In fact, I drew comfort from it. So many people have changed on me, disappointed me, or let me down. But never Henri. I can always count on Henri to worry more about his dough than polite good mornings. I set my cup down on the large stainless work table and picked up a white apron hanging from a hook. As I slipped the apron over my head and crisscrossed the ends around my waist, I had a moment of pure panic. God, please tell me this is a joke. I was not unemployed or living in my parents' home or working in the family business. I had not gone full circle into a brick wall. Had I? "I know that look," Rachel said as she slipped on her apron and tied a crisp bow in the front. I couldn't even muster a fake smile this go-around. "You mean the look of blinding panic?" "Exactly." For years, I surrounded myself with people who didn't really know me, so it was a little unnerving now to be around someone who knew me a little too well. "I won't bolt. I made a promise. I'll see it through." Gritty determination laced the final words, as if someone had just yanked a thorn from the bottom of my foot. "You know, we've all bet on how long you'll last." She smiled, but her eyes harbored a hint of desperation that broke my heart a little and ensured I would not run this time. Casually, I moved toward the small stainless sink, turned on the hot water, and pumped soap from a dispenser. I washed my hands. "No huge surprise there. Dad turns everything into a bet, or a race." Rachel moved beside me and washed her hands. "You do have a reputation for frequently changing jobs and boyfriends." Her tone projected more simmering worry and fear. "So, how do the bets look?" I grabbed a freshly laundered towel from the laundry stack, dried my hands, and tucked the towel under my tied apron strings. Through the course of the day, I'd use a dozen towels like this one, not only drying hands, but also wiping down countertops or cleaning dishes. "Mom says a month. Dad says 2. Margaret says 2 days. 2 days? My older sister and I have been oil and water since day one. She was 5 when I was adopted, and for reasons I can't explain, she always resented my presence. That's wishful thinking on her part. You know Margaret. She was ruler of the house until you came along. You've usurped her authority at every turn. I enjoy rattling her cage. Even if this place burned to the ground this morning, I would stay on site working for more than 2 days, if only to spite Margaret. You think? Margaret was a problem that I didn't have to face until 7 a.m., and for now I refused to consider the battles to come. So what kind of bet did you place? A year. That's optimistic. I didn't even try to hide the surprise. If I'd bet, I'd have wagered 3 months tops. This is a good place for you, Daisy. You just don't believe it yet. I grunted, Henri style. You really think I'll last a year? I think you'll last longer. This is where you belong. A sheepish smile undercut her light tone. Plus, I'll need a good year of solid help to get myself together. My mind suddenly tripped back to my first days at the bakery. It couldn't have been long after Renee left. I'd been crying, so lost. And Rachel had gotten out of the twin bed next to mine and given me one of her Barbies to hold. I hadn't wanted the doll. In fact, I think I threw it on the floor. But I'd never forgotten that she tried. I don't know if I belong. But if it takes a year to get you settled, it takes a year. I said I'd stay until you found real help, and I will. Damn Barbie. Shoving aside the sharp prick of emotion, I focused on the workroom and took a moment to look past the shine of the stainless. Neat as a pin didn't hide the room's age. The state-of-the-art equipment my parents had installed 30 years ago now looked dated and tired. Rode hard and put away wet came to mind. How's the equipment running? It gets the job done. Rachel moved toward the large industrial refrigerator and pulled out an armload of butter. That doesn't answer my question. Sometimes I have to tinker and cajole to keep the motor running on the big mixers, but they still keep spinning. Closer inspection revealed nicks and scratches in the stainless patina. A dent in the side of the large mixing bowl was evidence that it had been dropped, and I could imagine Rachel trying to single-handedly heft the bowl. Full of dough, it easily weighed over 100 pounds. The image fueled my guilt at not having done something earlier. We should get someone in here to have a look at the equipment. Henri grunted, but did not raise his head. Is that a yes or a no, Henri? I asked. Rachel hoisted a 30-pound bag of flour. It's a yes, but repairs cost money. It may be necessary, no matter what it costs. I glanced at the stainless modern ovens for baking cakes, which looked to be in decent shape, but a glimpse at the brick oven was another matter. This was the oven we used to bake our breads. It's the oven that added a flavor few other bakers in the region could match. It was what distinguished Union Street bakery bread from the stuff on grocery store shelves. Chunks of mortar were missing from the oven's sides, and the cast-iron door was rigged closed with a wooden spoon. In a low voice, Rachel added, Henri says he does not want to learn how to use a new oven. He likes his oven. Does Henri not speak for himself anymore? I whispered. Rachel's gaze was so serious. He never talks when he bakes, don't you remember? My gaze flickered from the stone oven to Henri, who'd always seemed strong. Now, when he turned sideways, I could see how slim he'd become, and that the perpetual hunch in his shoulders looked more like a hump. Henri and his stove didn't have as much time as Rachel hoped. Like the mixer and the oven, I sensed he was hanging on only for Rachel. One last gulp of coffee wasn't nearly enough fortification, but I set down the cup. God help me. I'm going to work. You said bread first? Rachel grinned. Then bagels, cakes, and cookies. 2 hours later, I stood in the center of the basement bake shop, covered in flour. My back ached from hefting bread dough from the industrial mixer that mixed 40 pounds of dough at a time. The repetitive motion of forming more bagels than a single human should have to produce in a day left my fingers stiff and cramped. Rachel looked cool and composed as she hummed, as if a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Even Henri looked a bit younger and a little less hunched than he had hours ago. I realized that the invisible burden had been lifted from their shoulders and placed squarely on mine. Everyone really believed that my presence was going to save the day. God help us all. My dough-shaping efforts were a sad attempt compared to Henri's and Rachel's practiced efficiency. My work was the work of a novice, not a bakery savior. I didn't want to be a savior. I wanted my air-conditioned office back, the office door that closed so easily. I wanted to look out the window that didn't open and overlooked the bustling street in D.C. I wanted to run and hide. But this was my family, my only pack, and the idea of letting them sink terrified me more than working here. This is God's curse, I said, tossing another round of dough on a sheet. Rachel arched a brow. What do you mean? Together we move 4 times as fast as I did with Dad. Using the back of my forearm, I brushed aside wispy strands of hair from my eyes. I can't believe you do this every day. It's not so bad once you get used to it. And in time, you'll see that all we do here has a real Zen quality. The last time I'd heard talk like that was when I'd paid money for a yoga retreat. After a few hours of deep breathing and chanting, I'd slipped out the back and gone home to have a beer. Zen? Shit. Henri grunted. Rachel laughed and hummed as she opened the large stainless refrigerator and pulled out several more pounds of butter so they could warm and soften before mixing. You'll see the art once you've tasted the bread. In fact, you will stop hating bread once you've tasted USB bread. I don't hate bread. I love bread. I had a bagel a few months ago. The markets had rallied, and it appeared Suburban would survive. The bagel had been my mini celebration. Bread just doesn't love me back. How can you say that? Of course it loves you. You've turned your back on bread because you are rebelling against this place. It's not a rebellion thing. It's a jeans that have grown too tight to zip kind of thing. Her eyes sparked with challenge. Did that bagel taste as good as mine? No, too doughy, as I remember. Her gaze narrowed as she seemed to flip through the baking process. No doubt they rushed the cooking time. I didn't double back and question them. You should have. Always good to know what the competition is doing. They aren't my competition. They are now. Responding to that comment suggested I was really a baker, and I had not made that leap yet. At the time, I never gave any thought to the lady behind the bagel counter, or the poor slob locked in the basement grinding the bagels out. Rachel's laugh rang clear and bright. And now you are that poor slob. I'm in hell. By 7, the earthy fragrance of freshly baked bread perfumed the shop. The front display cases burst with breads, cookies, and pies. The place was transformed from a dark, cold space to a warm, inviting retreat that beckoned those who passed. Rachel had done this. She had brought the sunshine. Rachel flipped the closed sign to open as I wiped the flour from my palms onto my apron. I should have been enjoying this moment of peace sandwiched between the morning baking and the rush of the day's first customers. But butterflies chewed at my gut with ravenous voracity. At Suburban, I'd shouted down my fair share of brokers, consultants, and traders and never broke a sweat. So why was I so freaked now? I moved out to the patio. I opened the umbrellas, wiped off the tables and chairs, and pulled out the planter. The dewy street was quiet, but the nearby rumble of trucks and honk of horns told me the city was awake. I remembered that our first customers, if they weren't waiting outside for us to open, arrived minutes after opening. Our regular customers had deep ties to the area. Many lived in the historic townhouses that lined the narrow cobblestone streets, or worked in the retail shops that dotted the blocks near the waterfront. A good many had grown up starting their day with Union Street bakery bread. Dad had said the number of customers had dwindled in recent years. The lure of low-carb diets and inexpensive grocery store bread had hit USB like a 1-2 punch. I moved back into the store and stood directly behind the counter, where it felt just a little safer. I hadn't stood behind this counter since the summer before college, 17 years ago, and I wasn't looking forward to doing it today. In a small community like Alexandria, comments about my return, which I'd no desire to field, would be unavoidable. I retied the strings of my apron and smoothed my hands over my hips as Rachel pushed through the saloon doors. "Where's Margaret? I thought she was supposed to work the front counter." "You know Margaret." Rachel, her baking done, looked relaxed and content, as if she'd had great sex. "Always late." I squared an order pad with the edge of the counter, and then gently drummed my fingers over the register keys. Has she ever been on time a day in her life? "Doubtful. Rachel moved toward me, pulling off her apron. She'll be here soon. Until then, you can work the register just like you did back in the day. I've spent the better part of the last 17 years blocking out the hours I worked in the bakery. In my former bakery days, all I could do was dream of better places to live. I don't remember anything. It's like riding a bike. You'll pick it right back up. I've posted the prices by the register for quick reference. Now I've got to get upstairs and wake the girls. They're going to be late for school if I don't. Shoving aside unreasonable panic, I nodded. The girls needed their mother more than I did, but that didn't ease the tension coiling in my gut. Sure, fine, go, leave me to the wolves. Where's Henri? He left 5 minutes ago, 3 baguettes under his arm. Great. I was alone. Rachel's brow deepened with renewed tension. Hey, if you want me to stay... I shoved out a breath. No. The girls need you. I can do this. Rachel nibbled her bottom lip. You're sure? Very. I'm just being dramatic. She nodded. I have confidence you can man the ship. Remember my last ship, the SS Suburban, sunk. Rachel grinned, and then vanished up the back staircase to her apartment. I stood in front of the counter, my shoulders back and my body tense. The cupcake clock on the wall behind me ticked as the cappuccino machine on the counter gurgled and hissed. I drummed my fingers and considered dashing around the counter to clean the front window, but that would mean leaving the safety of the counter. So instead I knelt down and readjusted already military straight pastries in the case. Maybe no one would come right away. Maybe Margaret would show and... The bells on the front door jingled as the door opened. I was so relieved to hear the bells, I smiled, determined to swallow all the nasty Margaret curses I'd readied. I just wanted her here, so I could escape back to the kitchen or the office. I stood, but instead of Margaret, I saw my first customer since high school back into the shop. She was a burly black woman wearing a white nurse's uniform, and she was pulling a wheelchair. With practiced ease, the nurse spun the wheelchair around to reveal a very elderly woman sitting hunched forward, her head slightly bent, and her right hand drawn up in a C shape. The old woman wore a yellow dress that all but swallowed her thin frame, a pillbox hat which covered thinned, short hair that looked as if it had just been styled, and her white gloved hands draped a small rectangular purse. A blue crocheted throw blanketed her legs. I knew the old woman from back in the day, and though I couldn't recall her name, I remembered she had a taste for sweets. Cookies? Pies? No, sweet buns. A half dozen every single Friday. But it was Monday, not Friday. I stood a little straighter and offered my best Rachel-esque smile. Welcome. The word sounded so rusty. I cleared my throat. Welcome to Union Street Bakery. The wheelchair-bound woman raised her head at the sound of my voice. She studied me as if she were sizing me up. As I recall, you swore you'd never be caught dead behind that register again. The direct, clear voice didn't jive with the withered body that looked so painfully fragile. Excuse me? The old woman's clear, bright gaze was as powerful as her voice. Last time I saw you here, you screamed and hollered like a baby. Said you'd never come back. My last day in the bake shop hadn't been one of my finer moments. A woman had come into the bakery, and I'd sworn she was Renee, my Renee. As she'd sipped coffee on the sidewalk cafe, I kept staring, certain we shared so many similarities. Dark hair, slim, tall build, wide-set eyes. She even was eating sugar cookies like the ones my Renee had given me that last day. A bundle of nerves and tension congealed in my belly, and when she rose to leave, I'd panicked, feeling I was about to lose my one and only opportunity to meet my birth mother again. I was certain she'd not recognized the 3-year-old that had now morphed into a 17-year-old. So I had gathered up the courage, introduced myself, and asked her if she was my birth mother. She looked at me as if I'd lost my mind, but I'd been too emotional to read her expression, and so I kept babbling. "I'm Daisy, and I'm still at the bakery." I even hugged her. Her body stiffened like forged iron, and she anxiously glanced around for someone to help her. "Really, kid, I don't know you." She smelled of Chanel and fresh soap. "You left a daughter here 14 years ago. That girl is me. I was 3 at the time." Fear had given way to pity in the woman's gaze as she pried herself from my arms. "Honey, I've never been here before, really. My name is Daisy. I was 3 when you left me." "No, honey," she said softly. "That wasn't me." With growing horror, I realized my terrible blunder. Shame had burned so hot in my throat I thought I'd pass out. "You cried like a baby," the old woman said. Refocusing on her, I exhaled the breath I'd been holding. "Really?" Gnarled fingers picked at the edges of the caftan. "Stirred up a real scene." Mom had been summoned from the back and had crossed straight to me. As she'd apologized to the woman, she'd tried to calm me, but the more she spoke in soothing whispers, the louder I'd cried. "Who could just leave a kid like that?" I'd wailed into Mom's sweatshirt. Carefully, the woman had backed away from the table, and the nearby faceless customers' chatter had grown unnaturally silent. "I don't know, baby, I don't know. But it had nothing to do with you." Sloppy tears rolled down my face. "It had everything to do with me." I realized that day that I had been waiting for Renee since she'd abandoned me. I'd been ready to turn down offers to go to college in hopes she'd return and explain her absence in a way that excused everything. I was waiting for her to tell me she loved me. In that moment, I'd realized Renee was never coming back. Daily fears and hopes of seeing her had been brewing inside of me for as long as I could remember, and I knew then that if I didn't leave, those fears and hopes would eat me alive. My survival depended on me getting out of town and away from Union Street. So I'd grabbed my scholarship to the University of Richmond and ran, swearing never to return. I slid not-so-steady hands over the apron covering my hips, and I straightened. "You were there that day?" "I was." "Just my luck." "You've a good memory." The comment pleased the old woman. "People think I can't remember. But I remember it all. The body is failing, but my mind is as sharp as a tack." Great. She'd used her super-sharp memory to recall the second worst day of my life. I cleared my throat. "What can I get for you?" Her eyes narrowed. "You remember my name?" "No." The woman grunted. "You're young. You should remember." Annoyance teased the back of my skull. "I don't remember." She coughed, and for a moment struggled to get her breath. The black woman leaned forward, gently patted her on the back, and whispered something in her ear, but the old woman waved her away. "Margaret always greets me by name." "Sorry." With shaking, bent hands, the woman opened the retro purse and pulled out a petty-point change purse. Her hands trembled as she struggled with the purse's clasp. Finally, she clicked open the squeaky hinges and dug out a $10 bill. "You said only a sucker would work behind that counter." I glanced up at the cupcake clock on the wall. 5 minutes past 7. When did we close for the day? 3? "I'm only here temporarily. I'm helping my sister." She smoothed out the rumpled bill. "I heard you lost your job." "I'll get another one." "Keep smiling, keep smiling." "Looks like you got one." When Margaret showed her pert little face, I was going to kill her, very, very slowly. "May I take your order?" Her gaze searched the display case, now crammed full of cookies, apple and strawberry tartlets, cakes, and all manner of breads. 6 of those sweet buns." So I was right about the sweet buns. Too bad I'd not called it out loud before she ordered. I'd always liked the look of surprise on a customer's face when I remembered their favorites. The nurse leaned forward. "Mrs. W., you know what the doctor says about sweets. Ain't no good for your sugar." W. Wentworth. Wellborn. Williams. I couldn't capture the name. Mrs. W. waved her away. "I'm 99, Florence. How much longer you think I'll live, anyway? Now, bag those sweet buns, Daisy." She spoke my name with force, as if to say, "I remember you." Unsettled by the sound of my name, I ducked my head, grateful for a task, and concentrated on arranging 6 sweet buns in a white pastry box that I carefully sealed with a gold sticker embossed with Union Street Bakery. "That'll be $9. The old woman raised a trembling, bent hand and offered me the deeply creased bill. She wrapped bony fingers around my wrist when I reached for it. Her touch was cold, but she possessed unexpected strength. "I dreamed about you last night." I stiffened. "What?" "I dreamed about you." Clear blue eyes pierced right through my skin, making me feel as unsure as I did that last awkward day in the bakery. Bravado stiffened my spine. "How could you have dreamed about me? You haven't seen me in 17 years. Narrow shoulders shrugged, but her gaze did not waver. "Dreams don't worry about time. They come when they come." I pulled my hand free. "I'll get your change." She fisted gnarled, paled fingers. "Don't you want to know what I dreamed about?" "No." "Your loss, Daisy." Mrs. W. ripped the seal on her bakery box, lifted the lid, and pinched a piece of sweet bun. She popped it in her mouth, and for a moment closed her eyes as pure pleasure softened the lines in her face. Finally, she opened her eyes. "You were strolling down by the river with your mama and that little imaginary friend of yours. What was her name?" My hands trembled a little as they hovered over the register keys. "What are you talking about?" "The dream." "I told you I didn't want to know." As if I hadn't spoken. "What was her name?" "I don't remember." "Susie." "You don't know your mama's name?" "Oh, I thought you meant my little friend." Irritation snapped. "My mother's name is Sheila." "Not that mama. The other one." For a few long, tense seconds, I was stunned. No one knew the other one. I cleared the rasp from my voice, which had suddenly turned unsteady. "She abandoned me." "I remember." She pinched another bite of sweet bun. "I just always thought you'd remember her name." I'd not spoken aloud about Renee in years. "Why would I remember her name? I was 3 when she left." "3's old enough to remember." The headline in the Alexandria Gazette had read, "Abandoned Bake Shop Baby." "You're remembering the articles in the paper. Mom said the town talked for months about me." "I remember the articles. And I remember you with your mama." "Mrs. W.," the old nurse said, her tone low and warning. "Best we get going. This young lady has got work to do." Mrs. W. waved a bent hand.
Not yet. I ain't finished.
How could a crazy old woman know my birth mother? Surely, if she'd read the articles and seen Renee, she'd have come forward to the police. Shifting my gaze to the keys on the register, I punched buttons. In my haste, I hit the wrong keys, which required more key punches as a fix. I tossed in a few silent curses, aimed directly at Margaret before the damned register dinged and the drawer finally popped open. I dug out a single and leaned over the counter toward the lady. $1 is your change. Mrs. W.'s eyes narrowed.
I saw you. You and Mama, plain as day.
The certainty in the old woman's voice was more evidence of senility. I was sure. Really? For a moment she closed her eyes. Her breathing grew very deep, and I thought she might have nodded off.
You ate peppermint sticks by the docks.
The peppermint reference caught me off guard because I'd always associated peppermint with Renee. I laid her change on the counter. If you saw us, why didn't you say something when the articles ran? The police searched everywhere for her. Leaving the question unanswered, she reached out, scraped the rumpled bill toward her and tucked it in the change purse nestled in her lap.
Funny I should dream about you after all this time.
Hilarious. The tightness returned to my throat. The police kept requesting any information. Why didn't you come forward? Mrs. W. shook her head.
I didn't have anything to say to the police.
Because you didn't know my birth mother. I needed to convince myself as much as the old lady. You just think you remembered.
I knew her.
It's time we get going, the nurse said. This young lady has her work to do.
You won't forget me, Daisy,
the old woman said. No, I doubt I will, Mrs. W. She'd seen to it my first day back was just as miserable as my last day had been 17 years ago.
Good.
With the sweet buns resting on her lap, Mrs. W. raised her hand, and her nurse turned her chair. When they reached the front door, she craned her neck toward me and winked.
That dream was a sign.
I could care less about signs. If you really knew my birth mother, why didn't you come forward, Mrs. W.? Anger added punch to my voice. Her gaze clouded, and her chin dropped a fraction.
Yes, it was a sign.
Mrs. W. was like a faulty light, flickering on and off. Did you know my birth mother? The nurse shook her head.
Baby, she's old. She's lived so much life. Sometimes past and present get all jumbled with the present. Don't listen to her foolishness.
The nurse's words silenced my next question. I was arguing with a senile old woman. She was confused. Old. She had no answers. Time had muddled the reality of her past. Sorry. Mrs. W. took another bite.
Signs let us know when things are going to change.
A few unladylike words danced in my head, begging to be spoken. I've surpassed my quota of change in the last few months, Mrs. W., so I'll pass on any more. Laughter sparked in her old eyes.
Baby girl, you are just warming up.
The black woman turned the wheelchair.
That's enough out of you, Mrs. W. Leave this poor girl alone.
The nurse pushed her toward the entrance. Despite my anger, I hurried around the counter and opened the front door. Bells jingled as the old lady and her nurse moved over the threshold. I stepped outside to make sure I wasn't needed. Do you think she could be right? I said to the nurse. Florence shook her head. She's old, baby, and she's been mighty restless lately. Just let it go. And tell your mama we appreciated the bread last week. You got a good mama, baby.
and that's all that matters."
As they walked away, a breeze from the river carried the thick scent of honeysuckle. I folded my arms around my chest and watched until they disappeared around the corner. A good bit of my bluster eased as they left, but without anger to fill the space, sadness filled in the creases. As I moved back toward the bakery, I had the sinking sensation that life had again turned on a dime. Chapter 3. Your Other Mama. The words buzzed around my head as I stood on the sidewalk outside the bakery. The old lady couldn't have known Renee. No one had known my birth mother. The nurse had said as much, that Mrs. W. was crazy, old, confused, senile. I dug deeper into my bag of logical explanations, hoping if I scrapped out enough, my heart would stop knocking against my ribs. A stronger river breeze flapped the edge of my apron, making the well-washed white cotton flutter against my faded jeans. According to lore, the cops had done a complete sweep of the city in search of Renee after I'd been found. They'd gone house to house and alley to alley. Police diving crews had even searched the Potomac River bottom. In the end, they'd found no trace of Renee and had concluded she hadn't been in town long enough to make an impression on anyone. The press had been all over the story. Everyone knew about me. It had never occurred to me that someone might have seen Renee with me and never spoken up to the police. To remain silent at such a time would have been unthinkably selfish and cruel. And from what I could remember of Mrs. W., she had never been cruel. Prickly, yes. Outspoken, you bet. But I had flickering memories of her always making a point to ask me about school or work at the bakery. I'd not thought much about it at the time. But now, in light of her latest comment, I began to wonder if she hadn't been nursing some guilty conscience. Maybe she had known Renee. Maybe... No. Mrs. W. was confused. She was older than dirt and was born before the invention of airplanes. She'd somehow mixed the old newspaper articles up with a drama she'd seen on television, or maybe another story she'd heard long ago. Of course, with so many memories crammed into her skull, it made sense that time would scramble and deposit them in the wrong places. Surely Mrs. W. meant no real harm. She was just befuddled. Not everything was personal. So why, as I stood in the open bakery door, did unshed tears clog my throat? For 30 years I had honed and practiced the art of running and hiding from the past, and I'd almost begun to believe I'd mastered the task. But now, all that experience had abandoned me. Mrs. W.'s hapless comments had ignited an unresolved anger that now flickered and smoldered in a soul so littered with dry tinder that it threatened to erupt into an inferno. I'd morphed back to the little girl with cookie crumbs on her skirt and a note in her pocket that read, "Take care of my Daisy. I told Mom you'd abandon us by lunchtime. I never figured you'd bolt 5 minutes after opening." My older sister Margaret's caustic tone startled me. So lost in old familiar worries, I'd never heard her approach. That alone was unsettling. Margaret was sneaky. I always kept my guard up around her. Like Rachel, Margaret had a fair complexion, blonde hair, albeit a little dirtier, and rosy cheeks. Margaret was short, however her bones were thicker and sturdier than Rachel's, and calories clung to my oldest sister like rats on a drowning ship. She scowled more often than she smiled, and no one ever had used the words cheerleader and Margaret in the same sentence. From her shoulder dangled a well-worn leather satchel purse she'd bought in Greece a decade ago. Its fringes brushed full hips clad in faded jeans tucked hastily into water-stained brown boots. The black T-shirt under her jean jacket read, Those who do not remember history are doomed to repeat it. Shit. I'd bet money she'd chosen that shirt on purpose. Margaret had a talent for pissing me off. Most days, I'd have dreaded the anger, but today I was grateful for it. In my book, furious always trumped scared. Glad you could join us. I moved back into the bakery, purposely letting the door close between us. As I walked back toward the register, the bells rattled hard as Margaret yanked open the door. Do you always have to be such a bitch? It's what I do best. Grateful the tremor in my gut hadn't reached my voice, I barricaded myself safely behind the register and I smiled back at Margaret. Get your apron on. We've got customers coming, Princess. Margaret looked over her shoulder and saw two women in suits reaching the front door. She swallowed whatever nastiness she'd readied and dashed behind the counter to dump her purse and get her apron. Margaret might be late, and she might be a pain in the ass, but she understood that the customer was always first. It was the golden rule at Union Street Bakery. Dad and Mom had made it clear that without the customers, we would all be on the street. My sister had a Ph.D. in history and was some big deal kind of scholar when it came to the history of Greece. But the paycheck from this bakery buttered her bread. No pun. The current job market didn't have much use for scholars of ancient Greek history. The best she'd been able to do was a 20-hour-a-week job at Alexandria's Historic Cultural Center. The job didn't enhance her chances of landing a job teaching Greek history, nor did it pay her electric bill, but it nourished her curiosity for all things old and dead. Without her income from the bakery, Margaret couldn't have afforded her biannual trip to Greece, where she could dig in the dirt searching for her precious bones and bits of pottery. Even though she acted like she'd been doing the bakery a favor when hired, Mom had said she needed the store as much as it needed her. For the first time in a long time, Margaret and I found ourselves drifting on the same leaky lifeboat, which required us both to bail as fast as we could if we didn't want to sink. And so, our quibbling tucked away, we both waited on customers, side by side, for the next couple of hours. My plans to slip to the back when Margaret had arrived had quickly vanished when I realized it would take both of us to service the morning customers. There were plenty of regulars, but a good many folks today had stopped to see me. Daisy McCrae, I heard you'd come back to town, but I thought it was a lie. The comment came from Tammy Fox, a gal I'd gone to high school with. She still had long blonde hair, big green eyes, and a sinfully small waist. As pre-teens, we both played soccer in middle school together. She'd been the forward, and I'd been the goalie. Mom took us on a tournament trip once, and I spent the whole weekend listening to people mistaking her for the McCrae and me for the friend. I quit soccer shortly after that trip. By the time we hit high school, I was all about making perfect grades, and Tammy was all about cheerleading, showcasing her double D breasts, and landing the quarterback. I wasn't a gawky teen any longer. I was grown up and, until a couple of months ago, a career success. I knew I'd get back into finance. It was really just a matter of time. So why did I feel like I had just tripped out of middle school as I stared at Tammy, who was pushing a high-end stroller with a cute baby version of herself? Maybe because Tammy looked like she'd just stepped out of a salon, and her little mini-me daughter's fat face and goofy grin could charm just about anybody. Or maybe it was the rock on her left hand, which rivaled the sun's brilliance. Yep, I'm back. A couple of hours of work and I was already getting better at faking a smile. How are you these days, Tammy? She held up her left hand, as if I might have missed the rock. Married with a baby. Congratulations. You must be so happy. Margaret glanced at me, her eyes bright with amusement, as if she had caught the whiff of sarcasm.
I am.
Tammy ordered a dozen cookies and 3 loaves of bread for dinner with her husband, Hunter. I pictured Hunter to be tall, broad-shouldered with a lantern jaw. Tammy had always liked the big ones. I wrapped the cookies in a box and the bread in long, slim bags. Here you go. Tammy took her goods, met my gaze, and made an attempt to look upset.
So, I heard you lost your job.
I wasn't going to lie. That would have been beyond pathetic. But after 3 months of being out of work, I was getting tired of explaining what had happened at Suburban. I did, and now I have a new one. In that moment, it felt good to know I did have a job. I might be underemployed in a temporary gig that was the last job I'd ever want, but it was a job, and I had a story. Gold bracelets jangled on her slim wrist.
I never thought you'd come back.
And in a stage whisper added,
I thought you hated it here.
My grin widened as I planted hands on my hips. And yet here I am. That'll be $20. Margaret nudged my shoulder and grinned at Tammy. We were lucky to get her. I smiled at Margaret, knowing she was lying but still grateful for the backup. Tammy handed me a credit card.
So are you, baking the bread?
That I am. The muscles around my smile were starting to cramp, and as I handed back the charge card and slip, I wished she'd just vanish. As she signed, the gel tips of manicured fingers winked in the light.
Did I hear you were seeing someone in D.C.? Someone who knows whoever you were dating knows Hunter, I think.
I was aware that Margaret's ears had perked up. Hard to say. I dated around. She tucked her credit card in her Gucci wallet.
He was in finance. I thought you two had a steady thing.
I'm a serial dater, Tammy, and most of the guys were in finance. Despite the dodge, I knew who she was talking about. Gordon Singletary. We dated for nearly a year. He'd asked me to marry him, but that was a story I'd not told my family. Tammy tucked the bread bag in the back of the stroller.
I'll have to ask Hunter. He'll know the man's name.
Good luck with that. There were parts of my life at Suburban I'd hoped to leave on the other side of the Potomac.
You know, we really should have lunch. I'd love to catch up and hear all about your life.
That would be wonderful. Margaret coughed, and it sounded a little bit like bullshit. What a cute baby you have. Tammy glowed.
Her name is Katie. She's a year old.
On cue, the kid gurgled, smiled, and revealed 3 teeth. Like her mom, Katie already knew how to work a crowd. Really cute, I said. Tammy and I smiled, promised to have lunch, and then I watched her push her baby out the front door. Margaret finished restocking a tray of oatmeal cookies and closed the glass case. What the hell kind of name is Hunter? I'm picturing a guy in a loincloth running around with a bow and arrow. The jab was her attempt to make me feel better. In an odd way, I appreciated Margaret's words. It's a fine name, I suppose. I'd never name my kid Hunter. I mean, if you had a second boy, what would you name him? Gatherer? That prompted a smile. Rachel joined us just after 10:30. She reported that the girls were off to school. She apologized for being late. She'd forgotten about a parent-teacher conference. Anna, one of the twins, had mixed it up on the playground with another kid, and a meeting had been called. The 3 of us continued to work. Margaret handled the register, and Rachel and I filled orders. The morning quickly became a busy blur of customers, breads, and confections. The more questions I fielded about my return, the more practiced my answers became. By 11:30, my story had grown from a stumbling string of mutterings to a well-crafted tale. In Margaret's and Rachel's evolved version, I had forsaken the cold corporate world because I'd come to realize my true passion, owning a small business. I'd grown up with baking, so coming home proved to be the perfect fit. My sisters enhanced and embellished the fable with each telling. According to them, I'd not only left the corporate world, but had turned down a West Coast job, which might have been true if I'd actually been willing to leave the area and had applied for the job when I'd heard about it. Throughout the morning, my nervous energy demanded to be fed. Each time I took a near-empty tray back to the kitchen, I'd snuck bites and nibbles of broken buttery confections, hoping to soothe frayed nerves and a tense stomach. As I downed my 10th crumbled chocolate chip cookie, I told myself that tomorrow would be different. Tomorrow, I'd be back on my rigid eating plan. When I'd left the bakery after high school, I'd been 20 pounds overweight and hopelessly addicted to sweets. Away from my parents' home, and the constant drip-drip of emotional water torture of waiting for Renee, however, my appetite had vanished. By spring of my freshman year of college, the 20 pounds were gone, and I thought that I'd finally won whatever battle had raged inside me. By 12:30, the morsels that had calmed my nerves had done little to nourish me. My stomach grumbled, and I wondered if the pizza shop around the corner still delivered. "Anybody want pizza?" I said. Margaret handed a stickered white pie box to a woman and smiled. "It's just past noon. In the real world, it is mid-morning. But in the baker's world, it is late afternoon." I glanced at the clock. Dear God, I've been up for over 9 hours. "The pizza is rank," Rachel said. "Eat a bagel." I peered into the bin of bagels Rachel had just pulled from the oven. They were the misshapen ones I'd made. Despite their less than perfect shape, their smell was enticing. Sure, I'd been eating broken cookies all morning, but one bagel would not be the end of me. "Go on," Margaret said. "You know you want one. Besides, they're just a little too lopsided to sell." "Of course they'll sell," Rachel said. "And this is a big day for you, Daisy. Live a little." No more coaxing required. I rooted out the ugliest cinnamon raisin bagel I could find. This was a big day, after all. And, as I'd already promised, tomorrow I would be back to my normal egg whites and salad routine. This afternoon, I've got to get by the grocery and buy eggs and cheese so I can have a real breakfast tomorrow. I bit into the bagel. My blood pressure dropped as the soft dough, the perfect, right blend of raisins and cinnamon, melted in my mouth. Henri's genius had trumped my unpracticed hands. Rachel smiled as she handed a bag of bagels to 3 teen girls. When they left, she released a contented sigh. "Doesn't it give you gals satisfaction to know that we are the staple in so many of our customers' lives?" Margaret pulled a stack of $1 bills from the register drawer and started to arrange them face up. "It makes my heart flutter." Rachel tossed an irritated glance at Margaret. For an instant, the tired cheerleader could cheer no more. "Can't you at least pretend to care, Margaret?" Margaret looked at her, no hint of apology in her gaze as she shrugged. Now that the customers had gone, we were no longer the united front. "Do you have to care so much, Rachel?" Rachel's eyes widened with hurt. "This is our life, Margaret." Margaret rolled her eyes. "Your life, Rachel, not mine, not Daisy's." Rachel looked at me as if searching for support. I shrugged as my stomach grumbled and I tore the bagel in half. "She's right, Rachel. This is what you love. It's what we do. Given the choice, we'd all have different lives." "How can you not love this place?" Rachel demanded. Margaret tipped her head back as if swallowing an oath. "Give the Pollyanna crap a rest, Rachel." "I do love this place. It's my home," Rachel said. "Your husband died here." Margaret said. "And it's sucking the life out of you." Rachel straightened, and her face paled.
"This place is holding me together."
"BS," Margaret countered. "It's ripping you apart. In fact, I'm starting to think the whole damn place is cursed." Tears welled in Rachel's eyes. If the cheerleader lost it, I feared we'd all go right down the drain. "I need to get into your office, Rachel, and have a look at the books. Margaret, you hold down the front while we review the ledgers." Rachel simply nodded, too emotional to speak. "Why do I always have to work the front?" Margaret shoved the bills in the drawer and closed it with a hard clang. "Because you can't add or subtract," I said. "And neither can Rachel. I'm the math genius. But if we find ancient pottery fragments buried under the desk, I'll give you a call." "Bite me," Margaret said. Seeing her frustrated gave me a measure of satisfaction. At least for now she'd back off and be quiet. That satisfaction lasted all of about 30 seconds, the time it took me to walk down the hallway into Rachel's small office. I flipped on the lights and immediately stopped short. The old roll-top desk that had been with the bakery for more than 100 years was covered in piles and piles of bills, papers, letters, and junk mail. I could barely see the new laptop I'd bought for Rachel last Christmas. The gift had been in response to her laments about organization and misplaced paperwork. My stomach took such a ferocious leap that I feared no cookie or bagel would calm it. "Rachel, what happened?" Rachel moistened her lips. I know. I moved to the desk, picked up a bundle of unopened mail, and flashed back to my final months at Suburban Enterprises. "When's the last time you were in here?" "A week ago? Maybe 2?" All her morning's joy had drained away. I turned one envelope over. "Past due" was stamped in red to the left of the bakery's mailing address. Several other envelopes shared the same label. When we were kids, Dad often juggled cash flow like a master. He always wrote the "must be mailed by" date in the upper right-hand corner. When the day arrived, he'd press a stamp over the date and mail it. He prided himself on never missing a deadline. Has Dad seen this? What little coloring she'd gained vanished. "God, no! Please don't tell him. He'll have another heart attack." No arguing with that. Dad would die if he knew the Union Street Bakery was developing a reputation as a bad account. "He hasn't been down here?" I tossed the envelopes on the desk. She wrung her hands. "He's been bugging me for weeks. He wants to see the books. I keep telling him he's micromanaging, that he needs to trust me to run the business." "But you're not." There was no softening the statement. Tears welled in Rachel's eyes. "The kitchen side I can do in my sleep, but this stuff, I hate it." Margaret's quip about this place being cursed rang in my head. Adrenaline raced through my veins, and I pictured myself hopping on my bike and pedaling away. "I can't believe you've kept Dad out of here." She slid trembling hands over her hips. "Last week he threatened to come down here and bust down the door." I rubbed the tight muscles on the back of my neck. "What stopped him?" "Mom said you were coming to work at the bakery, and that you were taking over the books. That calmed him right down." She sounded so small and afraid. "You and he are wired the same. Margaret and I are more like Mom." I met her gaze. A week ago, Mom didn't know I was returning to the bakery. I only agreed 3 days ago. Rachel's eyes widened a fraction as if she realized she'd just confessed to a crime. "Did I say a week? Maybe it was just a few days." I felt a bit like the wild dog that had been cornered by crazed, torch-wielding villagers.
Rachel, you are the crappiest liar, and Mom is a master manipulator. Blue eyes widened. I'm not lying. Please. I know Mom. She's been hatching her evil plan for weeks. She called me a month ago and asked me to lunch, but I said no, and so she tried again with her daiquiris. Rachel attempted a smile. Don't tell her I spilled the beans. Hands on hips, I glanced at the mess on the desk and released a long sigh. What's the point? Like it or not, I don't have a job or anywhere else to go. She fumbled with her apron strands, still tied in a neat bow. If you did, would you be here? I smoothed long fingers over my head. Honestly, no. Rachel nodded, as if appreciating the honesty. If you could be anywhere, where would it be? Back in my old life. Join the club. I'd give just about anything to get my old life with Mike back. The offhand comment sobered me. I'd lost a job. She'd lost her husband and the father of her children. As much as we'd both like to have gone back, that door had closed forever for us both. There was only forward. Rachel sniffed. Mom should have been more honest with you. That prompted a laugh. Maybe. But the truth is, I lost my job, and I was sitting at home feeling sorry for myself. I've no one to blame but myself. The market blew up. You didn't have anything to do with that. Looking back, I can see that there were warning signs. I should have paid closer attention. I believed now, in my heart of hearts, that if I'd been more vigilant about watching the details, I could have stopped the mess at Suburban. The crap between Gordon and me had temporarily screwed up my judgment. I deliberately shifted my attention to the stack of letters under the desk. I couldn't fix my life, but I could fix this mess. Rachel frowned. I should have bugged Mike more about seeing the doctor. I knew he was getting headaches. I rubbed the back of my neck. You couldn't have known. She shook her head. But I knew he was tired. I wanted to help him more, but the girls just ate up so much of my days. He was a baker, working 18-hour days, and he wanted you taking care of the girls. But I held up my hand. The pathologist said he was born with a faulty vessel. You had no control, and even if he'd gotten all the sleep he needed, he would have still died. She folded her arms over her chest. I know. You had nothing to do with his death. Rachel swiped away her tear and studied me. So, if you can cut me slack, why can't you cut yourself slack? For a long moment, I didn't say anything. I'm different. How so? Never mind. I picked up a stack of unopened bank statements. Do you have any idea how much money you have in the bank? Her gaze dimmed. Not exactly. But I made a $3,000 deposit on Saturday. I pushed papers off the laptop. I set up the online banking account to pay your bills. Have you been using that? She started wringing her hands again. I couldn't find the password, and I couldn't remember what you'd told me about what to do. It was easier just to write checks. You could have called me. I felt like an idiot. Mother of God. The words carried the weight of my frustration. Breath expelled from her clenched teeth. I knew you'd be pissed. I passed pissed a week ago when my lease came up for renewal, and I knew I couldn't commit. No. Right now, I just felt as if I were drowning. A wan smile tipped the edges of her lips. Any second now. I expect you to blow a gasket and run screaming from this bakery. A plane from nearby Reagan National Airport rumbled over our heads as it banked over the Potomac. I wondered where it was going. A choppy, awkward laugh escaped me.
Where would I go, Rachel? Her gaze was direct, unnaturally serious. You're smart. You can make a living anywhere. In time, I would find something. In fact, I could have taken that auditing job with the bank in New York, or that temp accounting job. But I'd said no, hoping better would come along. And then Mom had called, plied me with alcohol, and reminded me that this bakery was all Rachel and her girls had left. If this boat is going to sink, then we'll ride it down together. She swallowed as her delicate fingers lost a bit of their tension. You mean it? It was going to take more than one bagel to get me through this mess. I said I'd stay. She grimaced. That was before you saw this. Actually, this mess doesn't freak me out. This is something I can handle. Numbers, I know. Really? It's not too much? I've seen worse, I'm sure. Where, I couldn't say. Thank God. Tears welled again in her eyes. Let me help you sort this. No. The word came out in a hard rush. Just point me toward the most recent pile. She tugged hard on a loose apron thread and twisted it around her index finger. I think it's the one on the right. The one weighted down with a bag of flour? Rachel retrieved the flour, holding it in her arms as if she were protecting a child. Yes. What's with the flour, Rachel? Her face brightened. This is the most awesome flour I've ever used. It's organic and milled about 40 miles from here. I was almost afraid to ask. Why is it on your desk? As a reminder, to me, to ask you if we can afford it. It's more expensive than the brand we're using now, but it's so worth the extra money. Even Henri grunted his approval when I showed it to him. I stared at the white bag with the red star emblem and blue stripes. But you don't know if you can afford it. We're barely in the black, I think. I hope. That's why I can't fix the ovens, or buy a new mixer or a water heater. I raised a dark brow and did my best not to sound like a schoolteacher. You'd buy new flour over fixing the equipment. Rachel clung to her bag of flour like it was a small child. I want to, but I haven't. Good. And for the record, the answer for now is no. Hope glimmered in her gaze. But that could change, right? I don't know. As I glanced again at the stack, I feared I'd be happy if I could pay the electric bill. Ask me about dough, and I can tell you how long it's been rising, if the flour is organic, or if the texture will be right. Give me 5 butters, and I'll tell you where they came from. Sugars, I know. Anything food, I know. Money and numbers make me want to cry. Staring into her watery blue eyes, I couldn't hold on to any residual irritation. It's going to take hours, if not days, to sort this out, but I will. Hope sent tears streaming down Rachel's cheek. I will help. Like I said, I appreciate the offer, but you need to worry about customers and keeping Margaret out of my hair. She straightened her shoulders. I can do that. But I can help you, too. I kind of know where the bodies are buried, so to speak. Even surrounded by the chaos, I felt oddly in control. Numbers didn't judge, nor did they have hidden agendas. They were what they were. Don't you buy supplies Monday afternoon like Dad did. It can wait a few hours, but I'll need to place an order by 4. She moved toward the desk to reach for an invoice. I shifted to the right and blocked her path. When we are in the bakery, you can boss me around all you want. But when you are in this office, I'm boss. I'll do the bills, and then I'll let you know how much we have for supplies. This isn't going to be easy, Rachel. I know. And I'm so fine with you being office boss." If I'd said those words to Margaret, she'd have risen up like a warrior queen and fought me as if she were defending her most loyal subjects. Margaret didn't know shit about finance, but she'd have fought me regardless. I control all money-related issues from here on out. Tension melted from Rachel's shoulders, and she hugged me. "That is such a deal. Thank you." I patted her awkwardly on the back and squirmed free. "Let's hope you'll stay this happy." "I so will." "Good. Now get out of my office." And just because I was feeling charitable in my new domain, I said, "Besides, how bad could it be?" Famous last words. It was a favorite expression of my mother's, which she'd uttered after one of us kids made a really dumb promise or pledge. "Don't worry, Mom. I can hold the crystal vase and not break it." "God, Mom, Mike and I aren't kids. We know how not to get pregnant." How bad can it be? How bad? Like real bad. Like some vendors hadn't been paid in months and were now threatening to cut off supplies if they didn't get paid. Like quarterly taxes were due soon. Like we weren't on a leaky rowboat, but on the SS Titanic. It didn't take a brain trust to know the bakery needed an infusion of cash. For a few seconds, as I sat in the office alone, I was aware that the building had grown quiet. The bakery had closed for the day, and I felt alone. I thought about calling Dad. It made sense, after all. This had been the business he'd lovingly nursed and worried over for 5 decades. He'd want to know. But he didn't need to know. Not yet, anyway. He'd done his tour of duty in the kitchens and office. He'd suffered heart attacks. And Mom had said she was afraid for him. Like it or not, it was my turn to carry the weight and fix this mess. I had only one real option, and I dreaded it, fearing too much analyzing would make me hesitate. I picked up the old black rotary phone on the desk and dialed. On the 3rd ring, I heard a gruff, "Brad Foster." "Brad, it's Daisy McCrae." Brad was one of the few remaining friends I had at Suburban. "Daisy!" He drew out my name in a long, lazy string, and I imagined him leaning back in his leather chair and staring out his picture window over downtown D.C. "How's it going?" "Going pretty well, as a matter of fact." I didn't go into a long dissertation about my life over the last 3 months, but said easily, "I'm managing my parents' bakery." "The one on Union Street?" "The very one." "God, I love that place. Every time I'm in Old Town, I stop by and get one of those carrot cake cupcakes. They really are a sin." "We like to think so," I said easily. "My sister Rachel is a goddess in the kitchen." "Damn, Daisy. I wish I had the stones to walk away from finance and just do something creative like running a bakery." "It's a dream come true." I glanced toward the heavens, hoping God wouldn't strike me down. "So, you're getting up in the middle of the night and mixing the dough and stuff?" The words carried a wistful, almost nostalgic tone. "That's me. White uniform, hairnet, flower on my shoes, and all." "Damn, I'm jealous. I always had this dream of being an ice road trucker." He sounded genuine. In the computer screen, I caught the barest hint of my reflection. My hair sprung out of my ponytail. There was a pencil tucked behind each ear, and I'd gotten flour on my face. "You watch too much History Channel." Maybe, he said, chuckling. "So, what can I do for you?" "Jump or dive. Now or never." I blew out a breath. "I need to sell the remaining stocks I have in Suburban." "Daisy, you and I both know the timing on this sucks." His voice's dreamy quality vanished under reality's harsh glare. "You'll lose a bundle." I pressed fingertips to my forehead. I know. Believe me, I know. But I need cash. If you can hold on a couple of months, you could have twice what you do now. The market is rallying. I know. But a couple of months from now won't do me any good. I literally need the dough to make dough. The lame joke didn't stir any laughter. There's no way you can wait? Do you have any other cash reserves? I smoothed my hand over a pile of bills, and then thumbed through them. No. He sighed into the phone. The markets are closed now, but I can sell first thing in the morning, and have the money wired to you tomorrow. Great, thanks. I wish I could talk you out of this. Like I used to say, in for a penny, in for a pound. Hey, so you are doing well. Dropping his voice a notch, he'd injected concern I didn't want. Living the dream, baby. My chair squeaked as I leaned back and turned from the stacks of bills. You should come by the bakery sometime. I'll treat you to a carrot cake cupcake. He chuckled. I just might do that. My smile felt tight and unnatural. Great. Would love to see you. I'll get that money right over to you, Daisy. Thanks, Brad. I hung up and laid my head on my desk. The sale would likely net me about $5,000. 2 months from now, I might have gotten 3 times that amount. But like I'd told Brad, it was now or never. Those stocks were the last of any kind of nest egg for me, and the cash from their sale would buy the bakery 30 or so days. Of course, I was officially flat broke and shackled to the business. I breathed deeply. What have I done? Daisy? Daisy? My mother's sing-song, baby way of saying my name had me lifting my head from the computer screen toward the office door. Sitting up, I pulled my ponytail free, combed it with my fingers, and retied it. In here, Mom? Mom was an older, much plumper version of Rachel and Margaret. Her short blonde hair remained light, but that was thanks to peroxide, not nature. Deep lines wrinkled her forehead and the corners of her eyes. And for as long as I could remember, she'd worn bright red lipstick and an oversized blue t-shirt, which she thought created a trimmer silhouette. I tossed my thick black-rimmed glasses on the desk, minimized the screen, rose, and stretched the stiffness from my back. I glanced at the clock and realized it was nearly 6. I came to check on you, honey. And she's got her dad with her, came my father's deep baritone voice. Dad stood several inches taller than Mom. He claimed to be 5'10", but that would have been on his best day years ago. Stooped shoulders now robbed him of an inch or so. Mother Nature had taken most of his thick hair, and a razor took care of what remained. A white t-shirt hugged his round, hard belly and allowed gray chest hair to curl over the V-shaped neckline. He looked a bit like an old Irish-American version of Mr. Clean. Mom set a turkey sandwich on whole wheat bread with chips and a pickle on my desk. You've got to be starving. I crunched on a chip. Yes, starving. Thanks. Dad set an unopened can of diet soda next to the plate. His gaze lingered on the desk, searching, and I knew he wished he'd brought his reading glasses. The lines in his forehead deepened. So, what's the damage? How has Rachel done with the books? I'd razzed my sisters in a heartbeat when it was the 3 of us. In fact, growing up, I took great pleasure in pointing out their mistakes to them. But for reasons unknown to me, if they screwed up so badly that Mom and Dad had to get involved, I covered it up. Not bad at all. I've been able to jump right in. Never mind the fact that my finances had officially tanked. Dad glanced sharply at me, as if trying to determine the truthfulness of my words. You sure? Rachel is a great baker, but she can barely add 2 and 2. No worries, Dad. Really, I've got it under control. The lie tripped so easily off my tongue. Mom grinned and hooked her arm in my father's. Some would see it as a loving gesture, but I knew Mom. She was bracing to drag him out of here, if need be. See, Frank, I told you the bakery was fine. Rachel did just fine, and now Daisy will make things even better. No worries, Dad, really. Rachel did a great job holding it together. Dad straightened, not yet swayed. Mind if I have a look at the books? Mom tightened her hold. I do mind, Dad. I'm just getting this sorted out to my way of doing things, but I'm not at the point I can talk about it without getting a little turned around. Give me until month's end, and we'll have a major powwow. A couple of weeks? He arched a brow, but the worry faded a fraction, as if just having a deadline was a relief. By month's end, Dad. That's not so long, Frank, Mom said. It's 15 days, Sheila. He was a man who had spent his life measuring everything. Ounces, minutes, dollars, and days. We will go over it all, I promised. Dad grunted. Did Margaret show up on time? Right on the dot. 5 minutes late was right on the dot in Margaret time. His gaze narrowed. How did the baking go this morning? Clockwork. I knew the word was a favorite of my mother's. Mom grinned. See, Frank? All good. Clockwork. The display cases in the front of the shop look like you just about sold out. We had a very busy morning. Margaret said my return generated some curiosity in town. It accounted for a few sales. Did your friends give you a nice welcome home? Mom prompted. I think a lot of folks were curious about my return after my dramatic exit years ago, and a few knew I'd lost my job. People don't watch the Indy 500 to see cars go in circles. They watch for the big wrecks. Mom frowned. No one cares about any of that, honey. That is already a lifetime ago. Mrs. W. remembered, and she made a point to mention it. Mabel Woodrow? Mom said. Good Lord! I'm amazed she made it by. She's been in bed for months. We thought we'd lost her last week. Woodrow. Mabel Woodrow. That was her name. The lost name had been niggling at me since morning. She came by and shared all kinds of crazy stories. Well, she's an old woman, honey, Mom said. She speaks her mind a little too much. I think her memory is a little off. Dad shook his head. I'm amazed the woman was here at all. Did she order the sweet buns? She did. We all said a prayer for her at church last Sunday, and I went by to see her, Mom added. Her nurse said thank you for the bread. Her smile was genuine. Oh, that was sweet of her. I spoke to Florence and Mrs. Woodrow and told them you were moving home. That perked Mrs. Woodrow up a bit. I need to make a point to get by and see her. Mom had told Mrs. W. last week that I was coming back. Couldn't anyone around here maintain a good lie? I opted to let it go. She looked spry today. Dad scratched the back of his head. I can't believe Florence let her buy the sweet buns. The woman's been a diabetic for years. Florence tried to stop her, but Mrs. Woodrow wasn't hearing of it. The old lady might be batty, but she knows what she wants. She's been like that since I was a kid, Dad said. She'd set her mind to something, and that was that. No one changed it. I sort of remember her, but not much. What's her story? She's lived in the same house all her 99 years. Her brothers and sisters moved away, but she always stayed put. Married when she was young, but he was injured in World War II. He died a few years later. Family money has kept her afloat for years. I remembered what she'd said about my birth mother. Batty or no, she'd seemed so clear about Renee. It would have been so easy just to ask my folks about Renee, but the last time I'd brought my birth mother up to my parents, it hadn't gone so well. Mom had told me to ask whatever I wanted, but her eyes went all soft and gooey like she'd burst into tears. Feeling like a real traitor, I dropped the subject almost as fast as I had brought it up. Besides, I had enough in the present to worry about. My real job was gone. My real savings were gone. And I'd thrown my lot in with one sister who couldn't add a column of numbers and another who'd rather have her head in ruins. Whatever nonsense Mrs. Woodrow had spouted shouldn't have ranked on the priority list. And still, the mention of Renee had triggered memories. No one had mentioned my birth mother in years. I guess they figured I'd forgotten. But I hadn't forgotten. I just didn't know who to talk to about it. Just my luck, the one person who might be a resource was a crazy old bird. I could go right now, or even tomorrow, and visit Mrs. Woodrow's house and ask her about Renee. I could, and I would, soon. But for right now, my plate was filled with this bakery and the shambles of my life. Tossing in a birth mother search was more than I needed now. As much as I wanted to know about Renee, I didn't have the energy to deal with the fading memories of an old woman today. But I would. Soon. By the time I climbed the staircase to my room, the cupcake clock chimed 10 times. Bone-tired, my body ached and my head throbbed. Sorting the books had been just as complicated as I'd feared. I should have taken it a bit at a time. But I'd been unable to move away from the desk until I really understood what was happening with the bakery's finances. The bottom line appeared to be that we weren't generating enough business based on the number of employees and the number of goods we manufactured. Today's flood of customers had been the anomaly. Most days, business was at least 30% less. Since firing a sister wasn't an option, the bakery needed to find ways to cut inventory and market. From what I could tell, we were totally dependent on walk-in traffic, and the only catering we did was around the Christmas holidays. We needed more catering, more weddings, maybe even a deal with a high-end grocery store willing to carry our bread. In my room, I kicked off my clogs, tugged off my clothes, and dropped them in a pile by my bed before slipping on a flannel nightgown. As much as I'd have liked a shower, I just didn't have the energy. I brushed my teeth, splashed water on my face, and climbed into my sleeping bag on the lumpy sofa. One moment I was aware of closing my eyes, and the next I tumbled immediately into a deep sleep. I dreamed of 2 little girls laughing.
What game do you want to play today? It's your birthday, so you can choose.
The little girl's smile was so wide, deep dimples burrowed into her cheeks. I sat cross-legged on my bed staring at my friend Susie. The little girl wore her hair in tight, neat braids, secured with blue ribbons that teased the tops of thin shoulders covered with a starched white dress. Susie had a light mocha complexion that soaked up the sun in the summer. Like me, she was about 12.
I don't want to play a game.
Susie frowned.
Why not? You always want to play. I know you love I Spy.
Susie tapped her finger to her lips.
Let's see. I spy something blue. No.
My mood had been sour since I'd risen, and no amount of coaxing would draw me out. My mom had grown frustrated and grumbled about me being selfish.
I don't want to play.
Susie cocked her head.
Why are you such a sour Sally on your birthday?
I folded my arms over my chest, trying to understand the anger that stalked me today.
I don't know.
Susie leaned forward, and in a sing-song voice said,
There's always a reason. Tell me.
When I didn't answer, Susie rose up from the bed and started to dance around the room.
Tell me, tell me. I won't go away until you tell me, Daisy McCrae.
Frustrated, I watched Susie twirl and twirl as she sang. Susie had been the only one today who had wanted to understand my moodiness. She'd been the only one who didn't wonder why I was so ungrateful. Finally, unable to stand the pesky tune, I blurted,
I don't know when my real birthday is.
Susie stopped dancing and came back to the bed, tucking her legs under her lace skirt.
Of course you know. Today is your birthday.
It is not.
Of course it is. You are so silly.
I shook my head.
Nobody knows my real birthday. Margaret told me my parents made up my birthday when I was adopted. Nobody knows when I was really born. May 12 is just a story. Margaret is a sour, mean puss. But she is right. No one knows. Except Renee,
Susie said.
Except Renee.
Chapter 4.
Did you find it?
Mabel said. The old woman leaned forward in her wheelchair, tugging nervously at a loose thread on the edge of her blue crocheted blanket. She and Florence were in the back spare room of Mabel's townhouse, a room she'd not been in more years than she could count. Even as a bride, she thought the room dreary, and now it seemed danker and darker than ever before. She could have lived with the smell of dust and mothballs, or tolerated the overhead light that spit out only a miserly bit of brightness, or even the tasseled velvet floor-to-ceiling curtains which blocked the sun and views of the river. She also didn't care so much about the piles of newspapers and boxes, old furniture and knickknacks that covered most of the floor. All that was part and parcel of an old house. No, what she hated most about this room were the bad memories. Every square inch of the room was soaked in sadness. Of death. This room had been her husband's when he'd been so sick. Her Robert had suffered and eventually died in this room over 60 years ago. Florence Tillman glanced up from the deep wooden trunk filled with dusty clothes. Stirred-up dust made her sneeze. "I'm looking, Miss Mabel. I'm looking." Mabel leaned forward in her wheelchair, hating the craggy edge of desperation burning through her body. "Well, look faster. I ain't got a lot of time. She's already told me I don't have many more days. You talking to spirits again. Don't matter who. She's right. I'm out of time." Mabel had never figured after all the living that she'd done that she'd be so fearful of crossing over. Maybe it was because she'd always prided herself on control and of taking matters into her own hands, just as her grandmother had taught. She'd spent many hours with her grandmother learning, not only listening to stories that sounded more like fairy tales, but also learning the value of grabbing destiny when it was elusive. Be anything you want, but don't be no fool, Mabel Ann. And so Mabel had never feared taking life by the horns. When she was 12 and the copperhead snake invaded her mama's garden, she didn't scream or squeal like her sisters. Instead, she'd gotten her pa's axe and cut its head right off. When her husband started having fits of anger after he'd been wounded in the war, she didn't reach out to anyone. She went to the medicine cabinet. A few drops of laudanum in Robert's morning coffee kept him even and steady for the last few years of his life. And when her no-good great-niece had come looking for drug money, she turned her out onto the street, refusing to hear the girl's sob stories. Like a vigilant gatekeeper, Mabel Woodrow did what she had to do to keep life moving forward, just like her grandmother had done. Whereas her grandmother had been cursed with regret, Mabel didn't have any damn regrets for the way she'd lived her life. She'd done what she'd done. Life was what it was, and only the weak fussed and fretted over spilt milk. Still, with the time left in her life ticking down day by day, or perhaps hour by hour, she'd come to see that the Lord meant for her to fix something before she left his earth. She'd never go so far as to say any kind of penitence for her actions. She'd done what needed to be done, but she was willing to concede that perhaps a bit of mending was in order.
"It's in the bottom of the trunk," she said.
She twisted the edge of her lap blanket tighter.
"I heard you the first time."
Florence's words snapped with irritation.
"Move that wide bottom of yours so that I can see into the trunk."
Florence straightened and turned her full attention to her employer.
"Now, if you want to drag your bony ass out of that chair and look for yourself, I'm more than willing to sit on the sidelines and criticize while you hunt through 50 years of mold and dust."
Old eyes narrowed to priggish slits.
"Don't you get smart with me, Florence Tillman. Don't you be bossing me, Mabel Woodrow. We are way beyond that now. Now, you gonna be nice? You gonna move a little faster?"
Florence shook her head.
"I swear, I wonder why I stayed with you all these years."
Mabel clicked her false teeth.
"'Cause you liked me."
Florence shook her head and went back to digging as Mabel settled back into her chair, irritated and frustrated that so little time remained for this important task. She'd put one ball in play over a month ago, but had begun to fear that her efforts would fail. This would be her last chance.
"Fine."
Florence snorted and returned to digging in the trunk again. She tossed out an old quilt and a stack of newspapers onto the floor beside her.
"Beyond me, why you got me hunting and digging through all these dusty old trunks. I swear it's those damn sweet buns you ate this morning. The sugar has diddled with your mind and made you a little crazy."
The sweet buns had not been the culprits. She'd barely taken a bite or two. Food didn't much interest her anymore. Nothing much except this last task interested her. The cauldron of worries had been stirring for months with each new dream that came to her, and last night's dream had been the clearest and most vivid of all, once again churning up matters she'd buried long ago. The dream had made her rise early and demand that Florence take her first to the bakery and then to her lawyer's office.
"It's in a box," Mabel said, "and the box is wrapped in fabric." "You told me that twice already. I just wish you could remember which trunk and what kind of fabric." "How many books could there be?" "Quite a few."
Mabel glanced around the dusty room at the 3 other trunks that Florence had unpacked, searched, and repacked. Her grandmother had given her the book and bade her to keep it close and hidden until the time was right.
"It's got to be in that one. It's the last wooden trunk, and I know I put it in a wooden trunk."
Florence dug through more layers of clothes.
"I don't think... Wait a minute."
Her lips flattened with determination. And then she pulled out a book wrapped in a faded blue calico fabric.
"Is this what you are looking for?"
Nervous energy snapped through Mabel's withered limbs as Florence rose and laid the box on her knees. Mabel's hands hovered over the book. She'd not felt such a tremor of excitement in years. It had been so long since she'd seen it, so long since she'd even thought about its significance. She tugged at the twine that held the fabric, but quickly discovered her aged hands couldn't reach the bindings. Florence shooed her hands away.
"Hold your horses. You're going to break a finger. I got my nail clippers in my pocket."
She fished the clippers from her jacket pocket and easily clipped the twine. The brittle twine popped free, as if it had been waiting to be released for years. Mabel's hands shook as she watched Florence peel away the fabric and then faded newspaper dating to 1922, the year she and Robert married. When she'd removed all the layers, she found the small, leather-bound book, which wasn't much bigger than her outstretched hand. Though scuffed and worn, the leather exterior appeared whole and true. Gently, Mabel ran her hand over the fabric covering the book. Carefully she opened it, amazed how time had faded the ink in the last 8 decades. She flipped to a page and marveled at the precise handwriting she'd not seen in so long. 2S. With love, J. Mabel closed the book. S. Dearest S. Dead so long, and yet if Mabel closed her eyes, she could see her now, smiling as the two churned butter. Mabel smoothed gnarled, bent fingers over the soft texture of the cloth cover. Seeing the inscription magnified her regret and made it hard for her to pull in a breath. Tears glistened in long, dry eyes.
"You'll see that she gets this,"
Mabel said. Florence sat beside her.
"Why on earth do you want her to have it? Makes not a bit of sense."
Mabel smiled.
"She'll figure it out. She's a smart one. Just promise me that she'll get this."
The blanket on Mabel's lap had slipped, and Florence tugged it back into place. Carefully she tucked the edges under the seat of the wheelchair cushion.
"I'll deliver it first thing in the morning. Don't tell any of my damn relatives about it. Those nephews of mine might see some value and take it. I don't want it getting mired in my estate. And if she needs anything, you see that she gets it."
Florence softened the edge in her voice.
"Miss Mabel, you can give it to the child yourself. I'll take you straight away in the morning."
Bent hands, lined with veins and wrinkles, gently stroked the book.
"I don't think I'll be seeing morning."
Florence frowned.
"Now, don't be talking like that. I'm nearing 100, Florence. I've had a good run, but it's time for me to leave."
Florence's gaze softened.
"What you gonna do if you wake up in the morning and you're still kicking?" "I won't be."
She raised a brow and met her old friend's gaze.
"What if I am? I'll deliver the book myself."
Florence nodded.
"That's more like it."
Mabel closed the book.
"Just promise me. You will see that she gets it after I pass." "You ain't gonna pass for a good while." "Promise me."
Florence stared at her a long moment, and then she nodded.
"I promise."
Mabel eased back in her wheelchair and closed her eyes. She sat so quiet and still that Florence thought she might have died then and there.
"Mrs. Woodrow?"
The old woman nodded but didn't open her eyes.
"And the second letter?"
Florence patted the old woman's arm.
"I mailed it 4 days ago, like I said."
That prompted a resigned smile.
"Good."
Chapter 5. The alarm bellowed loud, like an army drill sergeant jarring me awake. Blindly, I reached for the phone, pressed the dismiss button, and dropped back against the pillow. I lay very still for a moment or two, savoring the warmth of the covers in the chilly room. Hoping I'd set the alarm for the wrong time, I rolled on my side and peered at the glowing numbers on the phone's display. 3:29. Damn. Yesterday, adrenaline had prodded me through the day. Much like the first day of school, the entire experience felt like one big novelty. Today, however, reality hit home with a painful force, making me yearn all the more for what I'd had at Suburban. A year ago today, I'd been living in Gordon's neat, clutter-free, brand-new condo. Unlike my current digs, Gordon's place boasted all that was modern. Polished chrome fixtures winked in the overhead light, and his pipes didn't rattle when I turned on the hot water tap. A soft beige carpet covered the floors, and there wasn't an uneven, creaky hardwood floor to be found. No drafts chilled me when I slept, and direct and indirect lights offered generous illumination, unlike my attic room's miserly bulbs. Most mornings at this hour, we were where any sane people would be, in bed. Gordon would lie beside me, nestling his body against mine. I liked the feel of his coarse chest hair tickling my skin, and the feel of his erection flickering to life and pressing against me. He'd wake, kiss me on the shoulder, my neck, my ear. The heat would rise in me, swift and hot, and I'd roll over, wrap my arms around his neck, and kiss him on the lips. His touch would gain urgency, and his kisses would travel to my chin, the hollow of my neck, my breasts. In those warm, cocooned moments, the barriers dropped, pretense vanished, and the chaos stilled. After we'd made love, we'd drift back to sleep entwined in each other's arms. Most mornings, when my alarm sounded at 6, Gordon would already have showered, dressed, and left for work. I'd lie in bed, his scent still clinging to my body, until I'd reluctantly rise and step into the shower. Now, as I lay on the pull-out sofa, the heavy weight of loneliness settled on my chest, crushing the breath in my lungs and conjuring an ache in my throat. I stared at the play of shadows on the peeling plaster ceiling. Weighted by fatigue and sadness, I wondered if I'd ever feel light again. I'd not really spoken to Gordon since last October. I'd been packing the last of my clothes and moving for good out of his apartment. He'd come home early and surprised me. That meeting had been awkward and tense, choked with barriers and pretense. We'd continued to work together for several more months, but we'd skillfully avoided each other. Shit. Another failure. Another regret. I rolled out of bed, flipped on the lamp by my sofa bed, and swiped away a stray tear. The cold wood floor prodded me to move, so I quickly slipped on yesterday's jeans, a fresh t-shirt, and my clogs, which were still dusted with flour and smelling of cinnamon and sugar. Suddenly, the chaos that awaited me in the bakery didn't seem so daunting. In fact, I welcomed it. At least in the bakery, I didn't have time to think. I shoved aching fingers through my hair and padded toward the bathroom, negotiating around the untouched boxes and bags, brushed my teeth, tied back my hair, and splashed warm water on my face. I was halfway down the attic staircase when Rachel rounded the corner, 2 cups of coffee in hand. Her smile wasn't the 100-watt perky kind of smile that was trademark Rachel. Accepting the cup, I studied the shadows under her eyes and reminded myself that she was only 34, a widow with 2 small children and a business that teetered on ruin. Rough night? She shrugged as if to say all was well, but the gesture was stiff.
Ellie is getting a cold. She didn't sleep well.
My long fingers wrapped around the mug and greedily accepted the warmth. Where is she now?
She finally fell asleep about an hour ago. With luck, she'll sleep for a few more hours. I doubt she'll make it to school today. I've already told Mom, and she's gotten into my bed with her.
I sipped the coffee, bracing for the Java's bitterness and much-needed jump start. When I'd been little and afraid, Mom would get into bed with me. She'd lie beside me, and in her soft voice she'd spin fairy tales that transformed the shadows into wonderful characters in rich stories. Now, when I remembered those moments, I pictured Mom rising at the crack of dawn to help Dad in the bakery. She'd never complained about exhaustion, but there could have been no escaping it with 3 children and a business to run. The coffee warmed me. Mom will take good care of her. The worry in Rachel's eyes faded a fraction, but there was no hiding the guilt of a mother who couldn't be there for her sick child. I know. What about Anna? She's fine. Rachel drank her coffee and shook her head as if she were trying to figure out a puzzle. That kid is like you. She has got the constitution of an iron horse. It was a bit odd that my niece and I were so much alike. She'd inherited my olive complexion from, I guess, her father's side, and like me enjoyed books, strawberry ice cream, and saying the occasional expletive. At 34, I'd learned when to hold my tongue. Anna, however, at age 5, had yet to understand that teachers didn't appreciate frustrated kindergarteners dropping the S word. More than once, Rachel had been summoned to the principal's office to deal with the latest Anna event. I take no responsibility for anything genetic when it comes to you or your kids. Of course, if their behavior is stellar, then we'll chalk it up to Auntie Daisy's nurturing. Rachel laughed. Duly noted. We moved downstairs to the first floor and then the basement. Did you order your supplies yesterday? I did, Rachel said. We'll have our regular delivery tomorrow, but I think the driver will want to talk to you. He's going to need a check. The money from Suburban should hit today, and if the vendor held the check a day or two, the wire would clear in time. The vendor give you any trouble? Oh, no. Ike is always so nice to me. But he was just adamant about getting a check. How much? 50%? I did a rough calculation. 50% equated to about $1,000. The money from my liquidated stocks was not going to last long. Okay. On the bright side, Chase Sugars was all smiles yesterday. That's because I sent them enough money to get our accounts updated. We owed them a chunk of change. She looked shocked. I could have sworn I sent them a check. You did, 4 months ago. She chewed her bottom lip. So, do we have enough to cover the bills? We do for this month, but we're going to have to hustle to make up ground for next month. The sparkle returned to her gaze. Business was great yesterday. Let's hope the novelty of my return continues. We found Henri at his mixer, stabbing the risen dough with his finger. I'd learned long ago that if you poke a floured finger into the dough and the hole doesn't collapse, the dough had risen enough and was ready to be kneaded. He frowned as he stared at the dough, studied the indentation a moment or two, and then turned his attention to a batch of cookies.
The dough is slow today,
he muttered.
It is too cold.
Rachel sipped her coffee, hurrying to the row of hooks on the wall that held our aprons. As I slipped my apron over my head, I recognized the worn cotton smells of something freshly laundered. Sometime during the evening hours, Mom had taken the aprons, washed, and returned them. The simple gesture teased a smile from me. I crisscrossed the apron strings and tied them in front. So, we shaped the dough. Henri grunted. The dough needs a few more minutes. It's Tuesday. We do croissant on Tuesdays. Shape the croissant. Right. There were daily staples that we offered. Sweet buns, carrot cake, cookies, and pies. But we had certain specials each day of the week. Tomorrow was walnut wheat raisin bread, and Thursday was Asiago bread. But I didn't remember beyond that. I moved to the large refrigerator and pulled out the books, squares of dough folded over and over smaller rectangles of butter mixed with flour. Rachel had prepared today's books yesterday, mixing and rolling out and folding the slabs twice. This afternoon she'd chop walnuts and soak the raisins in rum in preparation for tomorrow. By the time I rolled out the book for the third time, there were 36 layers of butter and flour ready to rise and puff to life. If I'd learned anything about working in a bakery, it was that good pastry could not be rushed. Dough needed time to rest and chill before it would really respond to the baker's touch. I laid the book on the wooden work surface, unwrapped it from the plastic, and grabbed a rolling pin. A flick of the wrist, and Henri and Rachel could dust the dough with just the right amount of flour. Not enough, and the dough stuck to the rolling pin. Too much, and it would end up tough. It was a delicate, practiced touch I'd yet to master. Though I couldn't toss the flour with their precise flourish, I knew not to overdo. Soon I had the book rolled out into a long rectangle, had squared off the rough, uneven edges, and cut away a long strip from the top side. This strip would be cut into squares for chocolate croissant, and the remaining rectangle would be cut into triangles, which I'd stretch and shape into crescents. My efforts weren't perfect, but better than yesterday, and I sensed in a few days I'd be able to move much faster. The three of us worked quietly, each focused on a specific task. By 7, the chilled kitchen had warmed and smelled of butter and cinnamon. Henri had his baguettes and grunted a good day to us as he left through the back door. The shop opened at 7, and as expected, Margaret breezed through the front door 10 minutes late. She was either too tired or too distracted to make any smart-ass comments, however, so I let the "glad you could join us, princess" crack pass. I realized how little I knew about Margaret's life. Since I'd moved away to college, I'd lost track of her. I knew about the dissertation, but couldn't say much about whom she dated, what she did for fun, or whom she'd befriended. It occurred to me that when we saw each other on birthdays or holidays, we were polite for Mom's sake, but we'd not gone out of our way to ask each other too many questions. I'd never given our distance much thought when I'd been in D.C., but now as I glanced at the dark circles under her eyes, I wondered what she did after work. "You doing all right?" After so many years of benign indifference, I didn't know how to undo the tangle of silence. "Great. You look rough." She shrugged. "Back at you." While Rachel dashed upstairs to check on Ellie each hour on the hour, Margaret and I worked together through most of the morning fairly efficiently. Most days, the stream of customers was steady until about 1 p.m. Yesterday had been heavier than usual, and today was looking to be just as busy. At times, it took all three of us to fill the orders. But because we didn't offer a lunch menu, most folks found other places to eat the midday meal. A lunch crowd could be a big source of income, but right now I didn't have a clue how we could pull it off. By 1, Rachel had slipped upstairs to check on Ellie, and Margaret had vanished into the back to grab coffee and a few cookies. I had snagged a croissant and taken a seat on the stool behind the counter. With each bite, I calculated fat grams, carbs, and calories. How long before the weight piled on my hips? A day? A week? Maybe running around the kitchen in the morning had offset the extra consumption. Yeah, and maybe Mom still had my fat genes from high school. Tomorrow, I really had to get my food act together. When I heard the front bells clatter, I wiped the crumbs from my lap and stood. My grin froze when I saw the black nurse who'd wheeled in Mabel Woodrow yesterday. I tensed, half expecting the old lady to show and half dreading she wouldn't. One way or another, I had to talk to her about Renee. I searched around the nurse for Mrs. Woodrow. "Can I help you?" The older woman moved toward the counter. Her face looked pinched and ashen, and her eyes rimmed in red as if she'd been crying. "Miss Mabel asked me to give you something. Is everything all right?" The old woman sniffed.
Miss Mabel passed early this morning.
My mind jumped to the sweet buns she'd eaten yesterday. Had they thrown her into diabetic shock that had somehow managed to kill her? Right on the heels of that thought, I selfishly thought about Renee. Mabel Woodrow was my fragile, if not tentative, connection to Renee, and I had killed her with sweet buns. In a blink, I was irritated, saddened, and even a tiny bit relieved that I did not have to deal with the situation. "I'm sorry." The older woman sniffed again. Like yesterday, she wore her salt and pepper hair in a tight bun. Small wisps framed her round face, which for the most part was wrinkle-free. It was her time. She had a full life. The words sounded hollow and cliched. All the things people say when an older person dies, and I doubted the words were a comfort. Mom had called this woman Florence, but to use her given name felt disrespectful. "My name is Daisy McCrae. You are—" The older woman tightened her grip on her purse straps. "Florence Tillman. I was Miss Mabel's housekeeper and nurse for going on 40 years. 40 years. A lifetime. I'm sorry for your loss, Mrs. Tillman." Mrs. Tillman sniffed and pushed her pudgy hands into the folds of her dark coat. "I didn't come here to boo-hoo on your shoulder." Grief had spawned the bitter tone, and I let it pass. Grief had devastated Rachel when Mike had died. Her personality had transformed in a matter of minutes from a laughing, bright woman to a snappish shrew. We'd all feared she'd never smile again. But slowly, over time, she'd come back to us. "Then why did you come?" She pulled a package wrapped in gingham out of a large black purse, which dangled from the crook of her arm. "To give you this. Miss Mabel wanted you to have it. She sensed the end was coming, and she didn't want this getting tied up in the estate." I glanced down at the package, which I now realized was a book. It smelled of dust and age. "A book?" Mrs. Tillman snapped her purse closed. "It's a journal. A very old journal at that. So mind that you take care of it." In a heartbeat, my thoughts jumped to Renee. Did it belong to my mother? Confusion darkened her eyes. "Mrs. McCrae?" No, it didn't belong to her. Frustration and anger gripped me. I glanced around, fearing one of my sisters or mother would overhear. "No, I meant my birth mother. Miss Mabel said yesterday that she saw us together a long time ago. I thought she might have known her." A deep wrinkle furrowed Mrs. Tillman's forehead. "I don't know anything about that. All I know is that Miss Mabel talked a lot of nonsense toward the end, and that she wanted you to have that book. She had me searching most of yesterday afternoon through every trunk in the spare room for it." I glanced down at the gingham, faded with age. Why me? She didn't even really know me. "Like I said, I don't know the particulars. Miss Mabel had a mind of her own, and she had her mind set that I should give you this." She started to turn. "Now, I need to be going. I've a funeral to plan." I didn't know what to say to her. "Thank you. I'm sorry. Let me know if I can help." None felt genuine. "I'll let my mother know." Mrs. Tillman nodded. "Your mama is a good woman, Daisy McCrae, and she loves you. Don't you ever forget it." Why would she say such a thing? I knew Mom was a good woman. I loved her, appreciated her. "Yes, ma'am." Mrs. Tillman lumbered toward the front door. "Funeral is on Monday at Christ Church. Miss Mabel wanted to be cremated, so there won't be no graveside service." "I'll tell Mom." She stared at me long and hard. Thank you." After she vanished out of sight, I sat down on my stool and laid the wrapped book in my lap. For a moment I didn't remove the fabric, fearing what I'd find. My hands hovered over the knot, trembling just a little before I took a deep breath. The fabric was brittle and frayed on the ends, but the knot securing it was surprisingly tight. I wedged my fingernail into the knot and dug until it loosened enough for me to pry the ends free. My breathing shallowed and my heart raced as I gently peeled back the red fabric. Even without opening it, I knew Mrs. Tillman was right. It was old, very old. The tattered book had a worn spine and frayed edges. Carefully I opened the cover, wincing as the old spine creaked in protest. The yellowed first page was brittle and blank, except for an inscription written in old-world style that had me visualizing the author dipping the nib of a pen into an inkwell. The inscription read, "To S. With love, J. S." As in Susie. For a heart-stopping moment, I pictured the little girl I'd dreamed of for so many years. Of course, the S could have been S as in Sam, Sarah, or Smith. But my thoughts had tripped back to Susie, no doubt because I'd been dreaming about her again. The letter could have referenced 1,000 different names. But still the coincidence had me shifting on the stool. I ran my hand gently, even reverently, over the cover page. The unshakable sense that I was reaching into the past washed over me. "What's that?" I was so engrossed in the journal I didn't hear Margaret approach. "It's a journal, I think. Mrs. Tillman just gave it to me." "Why would Mrs. Tillman give you a journal?" Genuine curiosity softened Margaret's typically imperious tone. I traced the S with my fingertip. "She said Miss Mabel wanted me to have it." I glanced up at Margaret. "Miss Mabel died last night." Sadness snapped in Margaret's eyes. "What?" A sigh shuddered through. "She died in her sleep." "Shit. Does Mom know?" I shook my head. "I just found out a few minutes ago myself." Margaret sunk down on the stool beside me. Her shoulders slumped forward, and she reminded me of a balloon that had suddenly popped and gone flat. "Damn. She's going to be upset." She planned to visit her today. Hell, I'm upset. I liked that old lady. Guilt niggled me. I hadn't liked the old lady. Even back when I was a teenager, I didn't like the way she stared at me. I barely knew her. Other than yesterday, I hadn't seen her in almost 20 years. Margaret didn't hide her surprise and disappointment. "Miss Mabel was here? I never saw her. We always make a point to talk." Lifting a brow, I shrugged. "You were late. She came before you arrived." "Shit." Margaret rubbed the back of her neck, coaxing tension away. "I wish I'd been here. She's not been out of her house in months. And then she came here, and you saw her." Margaret usually didn't seem to care much about anything, and for her to care about the old woman was a surprise. "Were you two close?" "When I came back to Alexandria 5 years ago, I was working on my dissertation on ancient Greek women. I had all my research, but I just couldn't get the work to flow. The Archaeology Center had just hired me and asked me to write an article on Mabel. I did, and found I really liked the woman. So I kept going back and talking to her. We talked a lot about the city and how it used to be. I also talked to her about her parents and grandparents. You know me and history. She seemed to really love talking about her grandmother. I've got notes and recordings of those talks. I should dig them out." I tried to envision Margaret sitting in the old woman's home, speaking softly and balancing a cup of tea on her lap as she tried to take notes. Frankly, Margaret, that's a match I can't picture. She inspired me to change my dissertation. I've left ancient Greece behind, and am now focusing on Alexandria, which explains why you've not gotten your PhD yet. Yeah, but I'm okay with that. Mabel was nearly 100. She knew so much about this town. She was a treasure of information. Hell, her grandmother was born in 1840. 18 freaking 40. But I really liked the old lady. She had a take-no-prisoners kind of attitude about life, and I liked that. Did she tell you much about the city? Sure. She told me all kinds of things about what it was like to live here. Her grandmother came to town at the very end of the Civil War. Did she tell you much about herself? No. In fact, she was fairly tight-lipped about her own life. Every time I asked about her past, she said she wasn't interesting and that I should let that sleeping dog lie. You look up her records and trace her family? No. She didn't want me to pry, so I didn't. Very unhistorian of you. Tell me about it. Margaret folded her arms and shook her head. Now that she's gone, I guess I'm free to dig as much as I'd like. Have at it. Margaret glanced at the journal. You know, she always asked about you. Why? She didn't even like me. She liked the idea of you doing well. Margaret cocked a brow. You piqued her interest, I guess. I wonder what she thought about me losing my job and then stumbling back home to work. Mom told everyone you were coming back home because you were one of those huge successes who wanted to turn her back on corporate America and return to her roots. Ah, much like the story we spun yesterday. Great minds think alike. I chuckled and rubbed my eye. Corporate executive to bakery shop manager. I guess on paper my downward move could be seen as a spiritual thing. Margaret kept glancing at the book. She said, you were like one of those gals who opens a B&B or a winery. Mom can put a good spin on anything. I followed her gaze to the journal, which was far more interesting than my descending career. So why give me the book? It makes no sense that Miss Mabel didn't give it to you. I couldn't agree more. A bit of frustration had crept into my sister's voice. Can I see that book? Sure. Margaret took the journal. Immediately her demeanor changed from sadness and confusion to reverence. Gently she opened the book, wincing a little when the spine creaked, and studied the yellowed, brittle pages. Blue eyes sparked with joy. Holy shit! What? This book appears to be a handwritten journal, written mid-19th century. Shit. Have you read past the first page? No. Mrs. Tillman just gave it to me. What is the big deal? It's old and rare, and I could appreciate that on some level, but honestly, the book wasn't of real interest. Margaret's face flushed with excitement. Her hands trembled slightly when she closed the book. We shouldn't be handling this with our bare hands. The oil from our skin isn't good for the paper. I'd never seen Margaret so excited, and it made me wonder why my heart wasn't racing. I rose and grabbed 2 sets of fresh plastic gloves. I handed her a set and slipped on mine. I'll hold the book while you put your gloves on. Margaret hesitated, as if I just asked her to feed her firstborn child to the wolves. Be very, very careful. Amused by her angst, I thought about pretending to drop the book, but decided that was immature even for me. Margaret, I think I can hold a journal while you put on gloves. She studied the book with a mother's loving eye. You have a heavy hand, Daisy. True. My fingers were not only long, but also strong, and I was famous for breaking stuff. Vases, door handles, electronics, you name it, I'd broken it. Be nice, or I'm going to take my journal away and not let you read it. Margaret blinked.
You cannot shut me out of this, Daisy. This is so huge. It's the kind of find I've been waiting for, well, for a really long time.
I tugged it from her fingers. Yes, I can. The weight of the journal seemed to increase as I cradled it on flattened palms. If it's such a big deal, then why did Miss Mabel want me to have it and not you? You are the history geek. Margaret's eyes glistened. She must have made a mistake. Maybe she was just confused, and she really wanted me to have the book.
No. The journal is yours.
The words resonated in my head loud and clear. Instantly, a protective urge rose up and filled every nook of my body. Mrs. Tillman had given the book to me. She had not been the least bit confused. Mrs. Tillman was very clear, Margaret. She said Miss Mabel wanted me to have the book. As if I hadn't spoken, Margaret reached for the journal, ready to retake possession. I drew back. You can read it, but you will not run this show. The book is mine. Margaret gave me her best, "You've got to be kidding" glare. I'm a trained professional, Daisy. I have a PhD. Well, almost, as soon as my dissertation is finished, in archaeology. You do numbers. Rachel bakes, and I do old documents. This is my thing. No argument here, Margaret. But this book was given to me for a reason, and until I understand that reason, I'm hanging on to it. Margaret stared at me, annoyed, her palms outstretched, as if to say, "Give it." Margaret was 3 years older, and the balance of power in our relationship had always been skewed in her favor, which likely explained why I was always trying to tip the scales. But now, for once, the power had shifted to me without my intervention, and I'd be lying if I didn't say I was enjoying this moment. Say it. Blue eyes twinkled with a mixture of annoyance and hunger. Say what? Say the book belongs to Daisy. I enunciated each word carefully. She arched a pale brow. You're being a child. Maybe I was being childish. Responsible, level-headed Daisy was acting like a kid. But this book was mine. It was history that Miss Mabel wanted me to know. And seeing as I didn't have all the pieces of my own personal history, the urge to guard this book was surprisingly powerful. I shrugged. I know. Say it. Margaret, born to parents who'd loved her since the day of her conception, and who could trace her lineage back hundreds of years, simply didn't get it. You're a twit. Maybe. Mutinous silence hovered between us. Margaret waited for Daisy the peacemaker to gallop onto center stage and relent. But that Daisy wasn't available today. In her place remained cranky, bitchy Daisy, who didn't want to share. Margaret shoved out an annoyed breath. The book belongs to Daisy. Good. I made a ridiculous show of straightening my shoulders. Now, we can read it. Read what? Rachel appeared from the back. Miss Mabel asked Mrs. Tillman to give her a valuable historic document, and now Daisy is playing games with me. She won't let me look at it. It's mine, I said. I call the shots. Rachel laughed. You sound like Ellie and Anna fighting over the Hannah Montana CD. The comment hit home with both of us. Miss Mabel had died. She'd given me this journal for a reason, and I was pretty sure it wasn't to stir up an argument between Margaret and me. Lock the front door, I said. We'll take the book in the back and lay it on the table. Margaret nodded, more excited than I'd seen her, well, ever. She hurried to the front door, flipped the open sign to closed, and threw the deadbolt. Rachel shook her head. I haven't seen Margaret move that fast in years. Margaret shooed us toward the back. Shut up and get moving. In the back kitchen, The stainless steel work table had been cleaned after the morning baking, but still Margaret laid out a clean apron on the work surface. Margaret, who normally slopped coffee on her shirt and left a trail of crumbs behind her wherever she walked in the bakery, made sure the towel lay perfectly flat and the edges were straight. "Geez, Margaret, I'm starting to think there should be a chorus of angels singing." Rachel giggled. Margaret held no hint of humor in her gaze. "Honestly, it wouldn't be out of line." I laid the book on the towel. "Okay, then. Let's have a look." I reached for the book cover, but Margaret shooed my hand away. With fingertips, she delicately lifted the cover and first page. The ink had faded only a little, and reading the first entry was remarkably easy.
October 12, 1852. My name is Susie. I am a slave. Births and deaths aren't always recorded for slaves, but I do know that today is my birthday. I am 12. Mama tells me I was born on a cold day. The trees hadn't budded, and a cold rain fell as she labored with the midwife in our attic room. She said it was a long, hard birthing, which just about wrung every bit of strength from her. For most of the night, she said she cried and wailed as her muscles bit and scratched at her insides. She was about to give up when I came out, squawking and crying and covered in a fine white powder. She'd said the pain vanished in a blink, and she was filled with joy and sadness. As she'd smoothed my soft curls, she knew the joy came from her love for me, and the sadness for the knowing that I would be a slave like her. Master and his wife were out of town when I was born, and when they came home they made a point to see me. Master's wife often tells me that I was much pinker and whiter than she'd imagined.
"Holy crap," Margaret said. "If this is real, do you have any idea what a find this is? In 1852, only a handful of slaves could read and write." "I thought there was more education in the African-American community," I said. "There was, before 1848. When her gaze met my blank stare, she added, "Until 1848, Alexandria was a part of the District of Columbia, which was a haven city for runaway slaves. The city was progressive for its time, when it came to education, and the city had a growing population of free blacks. Long story short, however, in 1848, the city of Alexandria seceded from the district and joined Virginia. Because why? Slave trading was a booming business in Alexandria. The slave traders and businessmen knew it was a matter of time before the district outlawed slavery. They knew Virginia had no such plans, so, to protect their business interests, they joined Virginia." "Just like that?" "No. In fact, it was a big political fight. Huge. In the end, the business community won its bid to join the Commonwealth."
"When was slavery outlawed in the district?"
Rachel asked. 1850. And the white owners were even more worried about any kind of independence among the slaves. Reading, which fostered independence, wasn't considered a good thing. Margaret leaned back, smoothing her fingers over her hair, as if she'd just been slammed by a great wave. Judging from Margaret's reaction, most historians would be thrilled to receive such a document. This was a remarkable find. I understood it, appreciated it, but I had no idea why it had been left to me.
"You said Mabel wanted you to have this, Daisy,"
Rachel said. "Yeah." Rachel shook her head as she glanced between Margaret and me.
"Why? Daisy, you barely knew Miss Mabel. It just makes no sense to me."
The edge sharpening her words made me feel like an outsider. I felt a little offended. "I did know she liked sweet buns." I leaned forward on my elbows and stared at the neat, childlike handwriting. "Sweet buns are hardly the basis for a relationship," Margaret said. "I spent hours and hours with her. We talked endlessly about the city and her grandmother." I shrugged, recognizing Margaret's logic. This time yesterday I couldn't even remember the old woman's name, and today I was in possession of a 150-year-old journal. I have no idea why she gave me the journal. Chapter 6. My name is Susie. I am a slave. As I read the words on the first journal page, the hairs on the back of my neck tingled. Energy pulsed through my body. I had the sense that I was becoming reacquainted with an old friend, that I'd somehow known this girl who'd written these pages over 150 years ago. I was not like Margaret, who believed in the past life karma theories. I believed that life was only about the living, and you have what you have right here and now. And still I stared at the yellow pages with the scripted letters written in faded ink and wondered why I felt such a steely connection. The service bell on the front counter dinged once, twice, and on the third ding I glanced up, more than vaguely annoyed. I closed the book. "Margaret, can you go see who's out front?" Margaret slid the book from my fingers before I thought to tell her no. "You go see. I want to look at the book." As much as I wanted to ignore the bell, the bakery couldn't afford to turn away any business. I handed Margaret the journal, rose, and crossed to the front door. The closed sign blocked the view, but I could see it was a man. Flipping the lock, I opened the door, still distracted by the journal. "Can I help you?" The words absently tumbled out of my mouth as I smiled but didn't quite make eye contact. "Daisy?" I looked up to the sound of a very familiar voice. Standing in the doorway was Gordon. Gordon Singletary. My Gordon. Lover. Ex-fiancé. "Gordon, what are you doing here?" The rasp in his voice still roughed up my name in a way that made my breath catch. He wore faded jeans, a blue turtleneck, and loafers. He'd lost weight and toned up since I'd seen him last year, and he'd let his banker's short hair grow so that it skimmed his collar. Sun had darkened milk-white skin to a deep bronze and added highlights to his hair. I blinked. Once. Twice. It's my parents' bakery. Aware that I wore no makeup, that an old scrunchie barely held my hair in a wild topknot, and that flour and pink cream cheese icing covered my shirt and clogs, I straightened my shoulders. The last time he'd seen me, I'd been in a black tailored suit, cream silk blouse, and Prada heels. He'd been angry, and had called me a cold bitch. I yanked off my engagement ring and set it in the center of the bureau. The gold and diamond ring caught the light above and winked. I'd hoped to have my bags packed and be out of the apartment by the time he got home. Gordon rarely got in the door before 8, and it was only 7. I should have come home earlier, but there'd been a meeting at the office and I'd gotten tied up. Now, as I glanced at the clock, tension coiled in my stomach. I should have been out of our apartment by now. I shoved more underwear and bras in the suitcase already crammed with a haphazard collection of jeans, suits, running clothes, and whatever else I thought I might need until I could return. I'd have left it all behind, but I didn't have the time to replace it all. Cramming the top down, I clicked the latches on the suitcase and pulled it toward the front door. I'd be out of our apartment in a few seconds, and Gordon would be in my past. Keys scraped against the lock on the other side, and the door opened. Gordon stood in the doorway, tall, his broad shoulders slightly stooped. His gaze went to my face and then to the suitcase. "This shouldn't be a surprise," I stammered. But the look on his face, a mixture of hurt, anger, and frustration, told me surprise barely covered it. Did you take the day off from Suburban? He glanced into the shop slowly, as if he weren't sure he should turn and run or stay. The investment team was fired. You didn't hear? The light-hearted edge didn't soften the words as I'd hoped. You were always in the know about all the comings and goings in town. You didn't hear? His gaze held mine, searching. I don't keep up with the finance world anymore. I barely read the paper these days. I scraped a stray, annoying wisp of hair from my eyes. You'd have had to have been on the side of a mountain not to know. It's been in all the news. Gordon had always had his ear to the ground. Little happened in the D.C. financial world without him knowing. He'd been an information junkie. In fact, that's what I called him when we'd fought one of those last times. There's never time for us. Of course, sharper, more complicated emotions had been simmering that day, but neither one of us could have put them into words. In fact, I doubt that I could even now. He slid his hands into the back pockets of his jeans. I've been on a cross-country bike trip for the last 4 months. During the winter? The corner of his mouth lifted. I never did things the easy way. My Gordon wouldn't have done anything without a plan and risk assessment. This Gordon was a stranger. I find that hard to believe. His stance was casual, open, but there was the slightest edge of apology lurking behind his dark eyes. What did I have to lose? Gordon Singletary had been CFO of Suburban. He'd been the one who, just months after I'd left him, had played the losing poker hand and destroyed the company. He couldn't have changed that much. He'd been even more addicted to work than I'd been. You've let it all go? It let me go, remember? Defensiveness lingered behind the words. Right. I'm sorry. Why was I apologizing? I doubt either of us was interested in a post-mortem of Suburban or our relationship, and to explain the move home felt akin to climbing a mountain. Well, the digest version is that I've decided to reconnect with my roots. I'm running my parents' bakery. His gaze skimmed my face, and for an instant it almost felt like fingertips brushing my skin. How long have you been here? I folded my arms over my chest. A few days. He glanced past me into the bakery, and then back at me again. You look like you belong here. I laughed. You're joking. The hardness in my voice had him cocking his head a fraction. No, I'm not. You look real good here. Another laugh stuttered past my lips, but I felt angry, annoyed, and oddly flattered. I don't know if I'd go that far. Silence settled, and for a fleeting second I savored the deep hue of his tan, and the scruff of blonde beard on his chin. He looked good. Real good. Gordon arched a brow. Are you going to let me inside or not? The sign says you're open until 3. Oh, right, yeah, sure. We had a little excitement and closed for a few minutes. He didn't ask about whatever had come up, and I didn't offer. Better not to get too well acquainted, as my mother used to say. Rachel and Margaret had moved up to the counter and stared shamelessly at the two of us, and I saw that they had picked up on the change in me. Leave it to a sister to see what others don't. Welcome to Union Street Bakery. Margaret's grin was too bright to be real, and as Gordon moved to the counter, I rolled my eyes. Thanks. Margaret's smile broadened. My name is Margaret. I'm Daisy's older sister. Rachel cleared her throat. My name is Rachel, the other older sister. Sisters? He looked at me, didn't say a word, but I imagined the thoughts tumbling in his head. So this is the family you never wanted to talk about. It was hard to explain without sounding foolish. but I'd rarely discussed my life here in Alexandria, and when I talked about my family, I suggested they lived far away. When I'd left for college, and then taken the job in D.C., I'd left the bumbling, sad bakery Daisy on the south side of the Potomac. And I guess I feared mentioning the bakery too much might somehow allow the old Daisy to return. Not so logical, but it had worked for the most part. Hand extended, he moved away from me to the counter and shook their hands. The air around me lost its charge, and I released the breath I'd been holding. "My name is Gordon Singletary." His trademark, deep baritone still had the power to command a room.
"Welcome, Gordon,"
Rachel said. "What can we do for you, Gordon?" Margaret's voice sounded softer, and I could have sworn she was blushing. After a hesitation, he said, "I need to order some kind of dessert." Margaret nodded. "Well, you've come to the right place. We are all about dessert." I listened as Rachel explained the difference between the confections. They spoke about Gordon's renting retail space and his having a kind of open house for potential financiers. He tossed out an address, also on Union Street, and I realized that my ex-fiancé was now my neighbor. My neighbor? The words tangled in my whirling thoughts, and I wondered if I'd jumped from the frying pan into the fire. What flavors and confections work best for wrestling money from potential investors? Everyone laughed, and even I smiled. But all I could think about was that Gordon was setting up some kind of shop in Alexandria, and we were going to see each other weekly, if not daily. This was not so good. I wanted to suggest a cake laced with arsenic, but Gordon and my sisters decided on a cookie tray. "So how on earth do you know Daisy?" Margaret said. I glanced at her, saw the gleam in her eyes, a mixture of curiosity, sexual attraction, and payback for the journal. Gordon glanced at me, clearly surprised. The smile that played on his lips reflected hurt, not humor. "You never told them?" Heat rose in my face. I could launch into the whole old Daisy doesn't mix with new Daisy, but at this moment the lines were so blurred. "Why are you here, Gordon? Didn't you just hear? Ordering pastries, opening a bike shop? But you live in D.C. My voice sounded like sandpaper. "Didn't you hear? Not anymore. Like I just said, I'm opening a bike shop in Old Town." This was the perfect storm of disasters. Job loss, parents' house, and now the return of the ex-fiancé. "Great. That's great. But I've got to say, I never thought you liked bikes that much." He glanced briefly beyond me to the street outside. Back in the day, I rode a lot. When he'd had a few beers, he'd talk about his cycling days. I listened, and always marveled at how different we were when it came to past, present, and future. He longed for the past, and I ran from it. He hated thinking about tomorrow, and it was all I cared about. I know. I just thought you left that behind." He shrugged. "No rule that says I can't double back. You should know that better than anyone now. I'm guessing this is where you got your start." "Right." Margaret came around the counter. "Daisy has bad manners even on a good day." Her gaze telegraphed her curiosity. She reached for the pencil stuck behind her ear as she pretended to search the counter for an order pad. "So how do you two know each other?" Gordon released a long breath. "From D.C. The finance world is small." Margaret arched a brow, as if waiting for more. None came. "You seem to be good friends." "We were. Are, I hope." He glanced at me, smiled. I smiled, but had no words to back it up. Suddenly, "I'm sorry," burned in my throat. "I'm sorry I never told him about my family. I'm sorry I couldn't trust us to work. I'm sorry I ran." But all the apologies remained unspoken. "We deliver," Margaret said finally. "So when is this shindig?" 8 days. Next Wednesday. We'll get it done for you. And don't worry about picking up. Daisy will drop off the trays." "Thanks," he said. The gaze he tossed me was a quagmire of longing, shock, and anger. "See you next Wednesday, Daisy." "Right." The bells on the front door jangled and echoed in the bakery long after he left. "I swear," Rachel said, "if you don't tell me every single detail about Mr. Delicious, I am going to bust." Margaret laughed. Who'd have ever thought Daisy would have a guy like that? Annoyance snapped at my heels. "What makes you think there was ever anything between us?" My sisters laughed. Hard. As Margaret swiped a tear from her eye, she leaned forward and said, "Because he looks like he could eat you right up. I was ready to make a move myself, but it's clear he only sees you." I swallowed a comment, knowing whatever I said would simply fuel my sister's digs. It doesn't matter what we were. We are history. That should have put an end to it. But history had started a nasty habit of biting me in the ass lately. I marched into the kitchen and carefully wrapped up the journal. "Hey, don't you want to read it?" Margaret asked. All traces of humor had vanished from her voice. "I've had all the history I can stomach for today." "Then why don't you let me take that pesky book off your hands, and I'll take it back to the center where I can read it carefully. I'll have a full report for you in the morning." "No, sorry, but I don't want to deal with anything extra or out of the ordinary right now." A counselor had once told me that negative emotions collected in us like droppings in a litter box. If I didn't keep the box scooped and let the emotions build up, the stench would drive me out of the house. My litter box had driven me out of the bakery 17 years ago, and out of Gordon's life. I realized my litter box was once again full. The problem was that I just didn't know how to scoop it out. Chapter 7. I was in the center of a cornfield. The stalks were tall and thick, and everything was so green and so identical. I began to push through the thick stalks, which brushed against my skin. The air grew hotter, heavier, and was so suffocating that panic rose into my chest. I moved faster and faster, hoping if I could just keep moving I'd find my way home. But all I saw were stalks, which now scraped against my face and arms. Dread thickened with the foliage until finally I couldn't put one more foot in front of the other. Helpless, I stopped and buried my face in my hands. "Mom." The word rose in my throat, but remained unspoken. And then a little girl's unexpected laughter drifted and danced on a cool breeze, skimming the top of the stalks. Like wind chimes or the jingle of Christmas bells, the joyous sound soothed the ache in my chest. I swiped fingers over my moist cheeks. "Hello?" More laughter drifted and floated around me.
"Daisy, Daisy, Daisy."
I searched the dense field. "Where are you?" The little girl giggled.
"Star bright, starlight. I wish I may, I wish I might."
I listened. "I can't see you." And then she emerged from the stalks. She wore a simple blue cotton dress that brushed knobby knees and tight braids that accentuated bright skin and shining green eyes, the color of spring grass.
"Daisy, Daisy, Daisy."
My name had a sing-song quality that coaxed away the remaining loneliness. "Who are you?"
You remember me?
I don't.
She giggled.
Look closer.
Her round face was familiar, and in a flash, I remembered. The alarm shrilled at 3:30 a.m. on day 3, and I jerked awake and sat bolt upright in the bed. Brushing the hair from my eyes, I stared into the darkness and struggled to get my bearings. My heart pounded, and for a terrifying moment, I didn't recognize anything. As the seconds ticked by, my rattled brain cleared and identified what was now becoming familiar. The unpacked boxes, the garbage bags full of clothes, and the books that I'd yet to even unpack. I was still in the attic, and it was yet again dark outside. Always up before dawn, a baker's life was bathed in shadows. Swinging my legs over the side of the bed, I buried my face in my hands. As I rubbed the sleep from my eyes, a breeze from the window blew cold gusts across the back of my neck. A shiver snaked down my spine. Shuddering, I rose and shuffled in socked feet across the wooden floor toward the window, ready to secure the latch when I discovered it was locked tight. I searched for a hole or crack, knowing old homes shift, separate, and often give way. But this window was airtight. Fresh caulking proved Dad had been in the room recently, mending and fixing. How many things had Dad had to fix and tinker with over the years to keep this house and business afloat? I'd not given his puttering much thought until yesterday, when the new hot water heater in the kitchen went on the fritz. I'd stared haplessly at the round heater for several minutes, and all but begged it to start working again. No hot water meant no clean hands, which meant trouble with the health department. I'd thought about calling Dad, but had been determined to keep him out of the loop and away from stress as much as possible. Finally, frustrated and angry, I'd whacked the heater once or twice with the flat of my hand. To my great relief, the heater had started to hum again. I'd accepted the miracle, which would buy me time while I searched for a warranty. I had the sinking feeling that whatever underlying problems lurked inside the steel drum would return. I ran my hand over the window panes one last time. Secure. Whatever chill had found its way into the room had come from somewhere else. For a moment my skin prickled and puckered, and I had the sensation that I wasn't alone. It was almost as if someone was standing right behind me, just centimeters away. My heartbeat quickened, and I turned around and searched the dark. Of course, I was alone. Turning from the window, I moved back toward my bed. I had enough real problems on my hands to worry about. Phantom gusts of air and dark, tingly sensations would have to move to the back of the line. The dough waited. Dressing, and then slipping my feet into worn clogs, I started toward the bathroom. As I reached the sink, another breeze blew across the room, and the skin on the back of my neck tingled more. I glared back at the window, but the curtains lay still against the panes. I was alone. I could see that with my own eyes. But still I got the sense that someone was there, lurking in the shadows, staring at me. Since I was a kid, the stairs leading to the 3rd floor had squeaked and groaned with each footfall. I'd always considered the quirk my personal early warning system. Like NORAD, the missile defense system in Colorado, my creaking steps warned when sisters and parents approached. But this sensation was different. This sensation burrowed down to my bones. For several seconds I stared into the shadows, waiting, for what I didn't know. The inky darkness danced and swayed along the edges of the wall, moving in time to an imaginary song I couldn't hear. I leaned closer, squinted, waited. My heart thumped. And then at the edge of the darkness, I saw the outline of a man. Most would have freaked at such a sight,
but for reasons I couldn't explain, I stood my ground. The man's black hair was combed back and accentuated dark and expressive eyes. His partial grin revealed crooked, small teeth. His dark suit appeared hand-tailored, as did his shirt and vest. He shook his head. I shook mine. "Do I know you?" He stared, as if assessing me. And for reasons I could not fathom, I sensed I came up short in his book. I dug my fingers through my hair. "What's this about?" He eased toward me, assessing. "This is about the journal?" He nodded. "I didn't read it last night. I was too tired and annoyed. I suppose you're here to tell me not to read it." The man's expression darkened, and the shadows around us thickened. The walls undulated and moaned, and suddenly the air in the room smelled of rotting eggs. Fear dug into my gut and triggered a set of worries I never had considered. I'd never been afraid of any bump or squeak in the night in my attic room, but I was now. "Just leave." For seconds, maybe minutes, we stood staring at each other, and in the next instant, he was gone. My heart thumped in my chest as my breathing quickened. I felt as confined and afraid as I had in the cornfield. The presence's essence was filled with enough anger and fury to send fear snaking up my spine. Several books piled high on a table tumbled to the floor, making me jump. This presence wanted me to leave, and that pissed me off. A sane person would have gotten the hell out of the attic, but I was too tired and annoyed to heed common sense. "Get the hell out of my room. When I leave, it'll be on my terms." My hoarse whisper bounced against dark walls and seemed to boomerang back at me. "Get the hell out of my room." I clenched chilled fingertips and swallowed. Seconds ticked as watching eyes stared at me. "Beat it." The air thickened, and then in a blink cleared. Whatever it was had gone. The shadows lightened as the clouds covering the moon drifted away. For a second, I wasn't sure what to think. My heart was pounding, and my hands sweaty. I'd never felt unwelcome in this house, but I did now. Ike, the delivery man, stared at the Union Street Bakery check I'd just handed him. "How many days do I have to hold it?" In his mid-40s, Ike had a thick, muscled body created from years of heavy lifting. Dark, thinning hair and a square face. His brown scuffed boots were clean, his uniform crisp, and his belt buckle actually shone. Judging by the body language, I guessed he was ex-Army or Marines. "You could try to cash it tomorrow, but waiting 2 would be best," I said. "You do understand that your sister hasn't paid a bill in months." "Her last check to you was December 1st of last year. I know she's way behind on the bills, Ike. But I'm not my sister. I'm back to run the business and see that our bills get paid on time." He raised a brow. "I know how to run a business. That check will be good in 2 days, and we will be making our payments on time going forward."
"How do I know that?"
"My dad never stiffed you."
"Your sister has."
"You won't be officially stiffed any more when that check clears. She's just a mess when it comes to the office." He flicked the check against his open palm. "I got bills to pay, too. I can't carry you any more." "You won't. The money is good by Friday, Ike, I swear." He sniffed the check and studied my dark, bold signature.
"I don't know."
I'd been in a few bargaining spots before when the odds weren't in my favor. At this point, I guessed he might need us as much as we needed him. "Then give me back the check, Ike. I'll find another supplier."
"Good luck. The word is out that Union Street Bakery is a sinking ship."
I looked at him as if he were a multi-million-dollar investor. Whoever said that is wrong. We might have had a bad patch, but we're on the upswing. We've been here over 150 years, and we'll be here another 100. He shook his head as a grin played with the edges of his mouth. You got balls, Stacy. I like to think so, Ike. He studied me, and then looked down at the check again. Finally, after a heavy pause, he neatly folded the check and tucked it in his breast pocket. If this check bounces, I'm coming back. It won't bounce. I held out my hand. And you know where to find me. I'm not going anywhere. Believe me. He wrapped long, rough fingers around my hands. Your dad's handshake was always good enough for me. And you'll see mine is too. He nodded. I can see you are a chip off the old block. I helped him unload the flour, butter, sugar, and other necessities, gave him a freshly baked pie, and watched him drive off with a fifth of the money I'd invested in the bakery. Still, for the first time in a few days, I thought I just might be making headway. With smart, careful management, I just might turn this ship around and make a success of it. After the morning rush, Mom pushed through the shop's front door. Sheila McCrae always prided herself on making an entrance. It wasn't enough to walk into a room. She had to make a statement. Me? I could cheerfully have slipped in and out of any venue unnoticed and be perfectly happy. Not Mom. No entrance was too small for a show. Margaret also liked the attention. If her work weren't garnering her accolades, then she'd seek out negative attention, like showing up late to work with a shitty attitude. Either way, Margaret found a way to get noticed. And though tragedy had pulled Rachel from center stage, she'd been head cheerleader in high school. Before Mike's death, she'd entered cooking contests and longed for a featured spot on the Food Network. Given a little time, Rachel would tap back into the inner showman that I did not possess. I'd always attributed our differences to genetics. Mom was wearing her rhinestone reading glasses, baggy jeans, and a T-shirt that read, "Runs with Scissors." Mom did a half-step and shuffled toward the counter as she hummed. She cleaned a smudge from the display case with the hem of her T-shirt and inspected the trays. A frown creased her forehead, and I imagined her mentally rearranging the baked goods. Part of me was miffed that she was checking up on me, and another part touched. Good or bad, she was always there. "It looks like you gals had another good morning," she said. "Not bad," I said. She peered into the display case and frowned. "The sugar cookies could use a little straightening." I looked down. "They're fine. Maybe just a little tightening up?" She started to move behind the counter when I shook my head. "Mom?" She smiled. "What?" I blocked her path. "What are you doing?" "I'm going to tweak the sugar cookie display." "No." "It will just take a minute." "No." She pouted. "Daisy, I worked in this bakery before you were born." I sighed. "And now it's my turn." "Yes, but—" "Have you seen Mrs. Tillman?" I said. "How are the funeral plans progressing?" She tossed a fleeting glance at the sugar cookies one more time, and then stepped back. "She told me Mabel wanted a simple ceremony. I just wish I'd visited her more. But life just got away from me." Her expression had lost its spark. "Florence said Mabel was being cremated. She told me. And the service is at Christ Church on Monday. By the way, we are all going." Her tone had turned firm. "We are?" "Yes. All the McCraes will sit together." "What time?" 1 p.m. We'll have to close the bakery early." Why don't I just stay behind and keep the place running while you, Dad, and the girls go?"
"Don't even try to worm out of this, Daisy Sheila McCrae. We'll go together, which means if we close early, so be it. Mabel was a good friend, and we owe her that much."
"I'd hate to lose the revenue. The budget is tight."
"A few dollars won't make that much of a difference to us."
"No, we all go, Daisy. I've even spoken to Henri, and he's meeting us at the church." "Sure, fine." Mom smiled, a bit shocked and pleased that I'd agreed without an argument, which was a rare occurrence indeed. Margaret pushed through the kitchen door. "What's doing, Mom?"
"The usual. Did you sell lots and lots of bread this morning, ladies?"
Margaret glanced at the cupcake clock as she pulled off her apron. "We did well. Not setting it on fire, but well." Rachel emerged from the kitchen.
"Hey, Mom. Thanks again for helping with Ellie yesterday." "Any time."
Mom's gaze drifted between Margaret and Rachel and then settled on me.
"All my girls together. I am so proud."
I groaned. Margaret shrugged. Rachel smiled.
"Are we doing all right?"
Mom said. "Working together or financially?" I said.
"Both. The McCrae sisters are a well-oiled machine,"
Rachel said. Margaret and I snorted.
"You girls aren't fighting, are you?"
"No," Rachel said.
"Daisy, are you getting your sea legs back, so to speak?"
"Doing well, Mom."
"You're sure?"
She looked worried as she searched my gaze.
"Very." "Really?"
"Yes." There was no missing the hint of strain in my voice now. Mom, to her credit, knew just how far to push before I lost my temper.
"And how's the till looking?"
"You just asked. We're fine." I could deal with Mom when we steered clear of emotions and focused on business. Business, I understood. We only ran into trouble when she started worrying over me. "You look too thin. I don't want you to worry, but..." That's when I got a little nuts. She never quite accepted that quiet is a comfortable, natural state for me. The rhinestones in Mom's glasses caught the afternoon light, twinkled, and drew attention to the deep lines etched by her eyes.
"Sounds good, honey. I know you know what you're doing."
I stared at Mom, waiting for a joke or a song or some outrageous story about her knitting club, but she simply smiled meekly at me. "Shit, what's wrong, Mom?" I said. Mom blinked.
"Why should anything be wrong, Daisy?"
"Because you're too quiet. You always have a comment, joke, or show tune to sing. You stopped when I asked you not to rearrange the case, and you're not pressing for specifics about the money."
"Honestly, Daisy, you read too much into everything."
Mom glanced into the display case.
"You bake your molasses cookies today, Rachel?"
Rachel folded her arms over her chest and met my gaze.
"I did."
"But you don't like them."
"Your dad loves them. I thought I'd get him a few."
"Dad is on a diet," Margaret interjected. My sisters and I worked as a pack when we were on the hunt, and right now, Mom was our target. She knew something, and she wasn't telling. Mom always told and blurted. She'd never met a secret she'd wanted to keep.
"I thought I'd treat Dad to some cookies,"
she said.
"He's been doing such a good job with his diet."
"All the more reason he shouldn't be eating sugar, Mom," I said.
"What gives?"
Rachel demanded.
"Nothing."
Her eyes widened, as if to add an air of innocence to the word. "Mom, please," Margaret groaned. "I've receipts to enter," I added. "Spill it." Mom slid her hand into her back pocket and pulled out a letter. I don't want you to worry. I know you're a worrier, and I don't want to add to your plate. I'll worry regardless. Mom, just blurt it out. Margaret's voice snapped with impatience. We are all big girls. You always did say it was better to rip the Band-Aid right off, Rachel said. My mind skidded from one disastrous scenario to the next. Dad's heart, balloon payment, foreclosure, all of the above. Mom, if you don't start talking, I'm going to blow a gasket. Is it Daddy? Margaret said. She sounded weak and scared. Is his heart okay? No, your father is fine. Mom flicked the edge of the envelope with her thumb. I received a letter a few weeks ago. I ignored it because I thought it was a bad joke, but I got another letter yesterday. It was certified. I actually had to sign for it. The muscles in my left eye began to twitch. It's the bank. No, not the bank. Honestly, Daisy, your whole focus is on money. I rested my hand on my hip. It does make life a little easier, Mom. Mom was a lot like Rachel and Margaret. She was all about the creative side of life. She'd learned to care about money, but she'd never rivaled Dad in that department. Probably because Mom grew up in a pretty normal house. 2 parents, 2 brothers, and no great tragedies to mar her perspective on life. She had a joy of living that could drive me crazy, but also had kept me from really turning inward to wallow. I was more like my father. Fancy ideas were fine and good, but the bottom line was if you didn't have the dough, it didn't matter. Dad's own father had died when he was just 14, and he'd put dreams of school aside and come to work in the bakery with his mother. By the time he was 18, he was working 80 hours a week here. He had seen the bottom fall out of his life and understood it could happen again. Renee had instilled in me that same lesson when she left. I might not have detailed memories of that afternoon, but the fear that it could all fall apart had never left me. Money, at least, gave the illusion that happiness could be controlled, invested, and grown. What does the letter say, Mom? A bit of impatience had crept into my voice. It's addressed to me, owner of the Union Street Bakery. She tightened her grip on the envelope, as if, with her fingers, she could seal its secrets in. It's from a woman named Terry Miller. I've never heard that name, I said. Me either, Margaret said. Rachel shook her head no. Mom shoved out a breath and in a rush said, She says in her letter that she visited this cafe 30 years ago. She said there was a young child left at the bakery. She said she knows the girl's birth mother. In the whoosh of a second, all coherent thoughts tumbled out of my head. There was the tick-tock of the cupcake clock on the wall behind me, the drip-drip of the coffee maker, and the thunder of my heartbeat rumbling in my ears. Can I see the letter? The utter calm in my voice was astounding to me. I should have been ranting, screaming, jumping up and down at such a colossal moment. But I held on to the calm, like a life raft. Mom hesitated, then handed over the letter. It's typewritten, but she signed it. I dug the letter out of the envelope. The paper's crisp folds reminded me of the way I creased my letters. Carefully, I opened it. Dear Mrs. McCrae, I see from the local directory that you and your husband own the Union Street Bakery. The listing does not say how long you've owned the bakery, but I was hoping you could help me. I visited the bakery 30 years ago. There was quite a bit of confusion the day I visited when a young child was found. Over the years, I have often thought about this child and I am interested in discovering the fate of this child. I believe I know the child's birth mother. If you can help, I can be reached. Sincerely, Terry Miller. I reread the page at least 3 times before the room's deafening silence nudged me to look up. My mother and sisters were staring at me. They reminded me of deer caught in a car's headlights, wide-eyed, stunned, and anxious. Do you think she is my birth mother? Handing the letter to Margaret, I let her and Rachel read it.
I don't know,
Mom said. She doesn't admit to it. Mom frowned.
No, I suppose she wouldn't.
That would be admitting to a crime, Margaret added. Rachel stared at the letter, shaking her head as she read. Why else would she ask about you? I don't know. Rachel carefully refolded the letter.
My girls are only 5. I can't imagine leaving them alone for 10 minutes, let alone just walking away from them. What kind of woman just walks away?
Margaret uttered a curse. I always forget you're adopted. That surprised me. You do? Margaret arched a brow. You can be a pain in the ass. But you've been and always will be a McCrae. This woman doesn't change that. I wished it were that simple. I wished I could just toss the letter and accept the fact that I did have a pretty good life. Yep, there'd been a few bumps, mountains, to deal with lately, but the foundation Mom, Dad, and my sisters had given me were rock solid. In my brain, I knew that. But it was my heart that was the stubborn holdout. Logical arguments and sane reasons why I shouldn't care about the woman who had left me just didn't make much headway with my heart. I wonder why she's looking for me. I wanted to tread carefully. This was my family, and as much as I groused about them, I did not want to hurt them with all my unanswered questions. Mom set her jaw as she did when she was hurt.
I don't know. And honestly, I don't care. I know she might have been the woman who gave you life, Daisy. But I've been wanting to get my hands on her for more than 30 years.
The anger took me off guard. Why?
Daisy, I've always prayed that you never remember the day I found you. I really do. Because it was not a good moment in your life.
We'd never really talked about that day. We touched on it a couple of times, but that was a very long time ago, and the story was always sugar-coated. The day was lovely. You were nibbling on your cookies. You were such a happy girl. What happened that day, Mom? And let's skip the father knows best version. Mom pulled off her glasses and stared into the lenses. Carefully, she wiped a smudge with the edge of her t-shirt. My sisters and I stared and waited. That day was as much a mystery to them as me.
The bakery was packed. We were slammed, as a matter of fact. Rachel and Margaret were with your dad's mother, who was here for the weekend because it was the Easter rush. I knew I wouldn't have time to work and take care of you girls, so you were upstairs with your grandmother. Mom and my grandmother had always been cordial, but there'd been a distance between them, as if they both were trying to ignore something unpleasant that had happened between them years ago. Grandma was kind to me, but I always felt like an afterthought to her. Of course, she was thrilled to take the girls, and I was angry and resentful. God rest your grandmother's soul, but she had a habit of making me feel as if I fell short. It gave her great pleasure to know I needed her help.
I'm sorry, Mom, Rachel said. Mom put her glasses back on and made an effort to smile.
I'm not sure where that came from.
Rachel gave Mom a hug.
It's okay. We get that Granny had a different side.
We'd veered off the main path and were wandering toward a rabbit hole that would lead to nowhere. Mom, about that day. Mom sighed.
We were slammed. I was missing my girls, and I'm running around the cafe picking up plates and trash. People can be such pigs. Did you know I found a plate under the trash can outside last week? Mom, please. I saw you, sitting at the wrought iron table by the fence. The honeysuckle was in bloom. Anyway, I noticed right away that you were alone. I stopped and glanced around the patio, half expecting to see your mother lurking close by. You know, dumping trash, but still with one eye on you. But I didn't see anyone, and you looked quite upset. You said I was smiling. I only told you that, honey. Your little face was drawn up tight, and your fingers in little fists. You didn't have a proper coat on, and your socks did not match. So I hovered and waited for another minute before I set my dishes down and went to talk to you. I asked you your name, and you told me Daisy. When I asked about your mother, you said she was coming back soon. I had no memory of that moment, save for the scent of honeysuckles and the sugar cookie sprinkles on my skirt. I asked if I could pick you up, and you said yes. You were as light as a feather, and your legs were so chilly. You didn't feel like Margaret or Rachel. You didn't have their energy, their weight, their alertness. My heart broke. Dad came out about that time and saw us. I filled him in, and he called the police. They came right away and started a search. They never found her. Not a trace. There were folks in the cafe who remembered seeing her. Some said she had brown hair, was tall and thin and very young. Others said she wore a red sweater and had blonde hair. The police told us later that eyewitness testimony was unreliable. You never told me that. It was all hearsay. And they never found anyone like her, so I thought they were just wrong. You said once the social worker tried to take me? She did. By then you'd fallen asleep on my shoulder. When you started awake and saw the social worker, you started to scream. I'd never felt such sadness. I asked then and there if I could just keep you. I didn't even ask your dad because I knew it was the right thing to do. A wistful smile teased the edge of her lips, and her expression transformed to one of pure love for my father. When the social worker started to argue, Dad intervened. He said you would be staying with us and called a friend of his in the district attorney's office. In the end, you did not leave. She cleared her throat. I gave you a bath that night and put you in one of Margaret's sleepers. You were already too tall for anything that belonged to Rachel. We fell asleep in the lazy boy together. Sudden hot tears stung the back of my throat. I'd spent a lifetime driving my mother crazy and confounding her on many levels, but if not for her and Dad, I wanted to lean over and hug her and tell her how much I really did love her. But the emotion got all tangled up in fear and hurt. A moment passed before I could speak. You never heard from this Terry woman? No. I never heard from her. And the Alexandria Gazette ran several articles on you. It was never printed that we adopted you. Why? That was my request. Of course, our friends and family knew, but I had this fear that if the information were printed, this Terry woman, or whoever she was, would just show up and take you. Silly. But I worried about that a lot when you were little. You never told me. I didn't want my worry to become yours. She tugged at the edge of her t-shirt and straightened her shoulders a fraction. You said there was another letter? I burned it. Why? Because it was vague enough that it could have been written with information from one of the old articles, and I didn't want to upset you. I wish you had.
She frowned.
Well, you've got the letter that really matters.
Have you told Dad?
Not about the first letter, but he opened this one. He said you are a big girl now, and we should leave it up to you to contact her when and if you wish.
Why isn't he here now?
I told him to let me handle it. I know Dad is like you. Emotions don't agree with him.
I couldn't fault him for that. If not for him, Mom may have burned the second letter. Curiosity warred with a deep sense of loyalty I had for my family. All those nights of longing for Renee, a.k.a. Terry, all the unanswered questions about my past, all the hurt. This Terry woman could fill in so many pieces. I folded the letter, skimmed my fingers along the crease, and tucked it back in the envelope. I don't need to talk to her. That wasn't true. I did need to talk to her. But I wouldn't dig for answers at my family's expense. I made a show of walking to the large trash can in the cafe, tearing up the letter and dropping the bits into the can. I've got enough going on in my life right now. Terry can just wonder. Calling her Terry gave me a bit of much welcome distance. In my mind, she was Renee, not Terry. I knew Renee. I'd loved and missed Renee. Terry was a stranger. Margaret shook her head. You're making a mistake, Daisy. You need to call her.
Why?
The word sounded as if it were torn from my body. Why do I want to see a woman who left me to fend for myself when I was just a baby? Margaret's expression held a hint of pity. Because she is a piece of your puzzle, and you need her. I don't need her. Too much anger leaked into the statement. I don't mean need in the sense of need. Margaret's tone sounded adult and careful. But there are basic considerations here, like medical information. What if cancer runs in your birth family? You might be a McCrae in every sense of the word, but genetically you are different. Thanks. Oh, stop being a drama girl about this, Margaret said. This Terry chick might have valuable information for you. Rachel laid her hand on my shoulder. Small fingers projected surprising strength. One day you might have children of your own, and you will want to know. I'm on the no-kid plan, remember? That point had been another bone of contention between Gordon and me. He'd dreamed of a half-dozen children, whereas I couldn't quite summon the excitement to replicate my unknown DNA. He'd never seen the logic, and I'd never been quite able to fully explain. Rachel shook her head. You have nothing to lose. Rachel, I said, I am holding on by a thread right now. I've lost my real job, my health insurance, and my apartment, and my ex-fiancé just walked into the bakery yesterday.
Your what?
Mom blinked.
You were going to marry him?
Rachel exclaimed.
Shit, Daisy,
Margaret said. Never mind about Gordon. That's another day's drama. Long story short, guys, I don't have the reserves to deal with this woman now. I've got a full plate.
But that plate might empty in the next few months,
Rachel said.
When Mike died, it was all I could do to tie my shoes and brush my teeth. The idea of planning made my head hurt. In time, though, I not only managed the basics, but I could think ahead. That day is coming for you.
My thoughts aren't going to change on this. I'm not calling her. And if she sends another letter, then return it unopened. I don't care.
Daisy,
Rachel whispered.
Let us help you. Let me contact her.
No. And then, more calmly, no. I don't need any help, Rachel. I enunciated each word with cutting directness. Honestly. She shook her head. Yes, you do. Unable to summon another fighting word, I stormed across the bakery toward the front door. Nothing mattered right now. Not the letter, my family, not even the journal. All I wanted was fresh air to fill my empty lungs. I needed space. Silence. I'll be back soon.
Where are you going?
Mom said. Out. I'll be back. Mom opened her mouth to say something else, but Margaret silenced her with a look. Mom, not now. Daisy, we'll see you soon. Right. The air outside had turned cooler, and the wind had picked up. Thick clouds promised rain. I crossed the outdoor cafe, wanting to put much distance between it and me. The bakery was the last place I needed to be. But something tugged at me and I stopped. Hugging my arms around my midsection, I turned and stared at the uneven brick sidewalk, now covered in a thick green layer of pollen. The pollen came every year at this time, coating everything as it brought renewal, stirred allergies, and created an endless need to dust. When I was a kid, I'd been the one to sweep the pollen. Now, as I studied the faint coating of green dust on the patio, I realized Mom had been keeping up with it this spring. In the days since my return, I've been too busy to even step foot on the patio. Stupid to care about the damn patio. But it made me wonder how much of my life I would miss because I'd be slavishly working in the bakery's basement or some new financial office. A sudden urge rose up in me. I wanted to pack my Toyota and just start driving. I'd always wanted to see Nova Scotia and Seattle and New Mexico. There was so much I wanted to do, but work at Suburban and now work in the bakery kept me tethered. Why couldn't I just break free and run away? Because as much as I'd like to have packed up my car and driven as far away as I could from the bakery and Renee, I wouldn't. Yes, the bakery and I were shackled together because of finances and promises made. But it was more than that. I really was not so different than I was when I was 17. I may have crossed the Potomac to work, but basically I had lingered in the Washington, D.C. area because I was waiting for Renee's return. And now she had. And now I didn't want to see. A year ago, I'd have been in a better place to handle the letter. A year from now, I'd be back on my feet. But now, I was off balance, wondering who I was and how I was going to help support my family. Renee could not have picked a worse time. I walked up and down the street, dressed in my jeans, sweatshirt, and flour-dusted kitchen apron. The air was chilly, the clouds above thick and dark with rain. I moved down Union Street toward Founders Park, a small grassy area that bordered the Potomac. It was less than a couple of blocks wide, but it was a welcome bit of nature in the city. Today, there was an ancient tall sailing vessel, a schooner, I suppose, that had moored at the Queen Street dock. At one time there'd have been dozens of ships just like it in the harbor, but now the ship was an odd, out-of-place visitor that no longer belonged. On warmer days, the park would have hosted children and tourists, but the cold and threat of rain had driven everyone inside. Sitting on the park bench, I stared out at the water. The water rose and fell in short, choppy waves. A sailboat skimmed past, its white sails full of wind. The boat's captain had his face to the wind. I was jealous. He looked so free, and I felt anything but free. I wasn't sure how long I sat on that bench. I think I'd have stayed all night, but then a fat raindrop plopped down on the seat beside me. Another, and then another fell. The sky was about to open up, and as much as I wanted to remain, I had to get back. Like it or not, I had a life that needed tending. Halfway back up the street, the rain started to fall faster and faster, and by the time I reached the shop, I was soaked. Water dripped from my sweatshirt, my hair, and my eyelids. My shoes squished and slurped with each step. It was past 3, and the front cafe was quiet. The shop was closed for the day. The front window sparkled, the floor swept, and the display case cleaned out and ready for tomorrow's baking. I'd forgotten how peaceful the place could be at this time of day. This morning had been chaos, and tomorrow would bring the same bedlam, but for now, it was so orderly and perfect. When I was a kid, I'd snag several cookies that had not sold, and I'd slip into the closed cafe after school and just read. Breathing deeply, I had to concede the bakery wasn't all bad. It did have its moments. I moved past the trash can toward the counter. There was a blue plate sitting on the counter, which held 2 carrot cake cupcakes. A smile teased my lips as I moved behind the counter and picked up a cupcake. Carefully, I peeled away the baking paper and bit into the moist cake, savoring the bits of raisins, carrots, and the cream cheese icing. Rachel knew her carrot cake cupcakes were my cure-all. Halfway through the cupcake, I glanced toward the trash can. Shit. I'd made such a show of ripping up and tossing away the letter. At the moment, I really didn't want anything to do with it or the sender. But now that a little time had passed, I wasn't sure of anything. What if the trash bags should have been dumped in the dumpster in the back alley? It wouldn't be too hard to dive in and find the bag. I glanced toward the back door, which led to the alley. Damn. No, look. It's still here. The feeling made no sense. And still, I set the cupcake down on the plate, glanced around the cafe, and out to the street to see that no one was watching. Then I moved toward the can, half hoping it had been dumped and half praying it had not. I peeked inside the lid. The can was full and untouched. The other can was empty and had a fresh garbage bag liner, but this one was as I left it. Mom and my sisters, they hadn't dumped the trash, and, knowing them, they'd have left the can untouched and undumped for days. They knew that eventually, despite protests, I'd want the letter. I lifted the lid and found the pieces of the letter lying on top. Carefully, I collected them and folded them into a neat square before I shoved it into my backpack. The bulk pressed into my backside as I crossed the cafe and ducked behind the counter to wash my hands in the sink and grab the plate of carrot cake cupcakes. In my room, I sat on my pull-out sofa and ate, uncaring of calories or protein exchanges or how much exercise it would take to mend the damage. I just didn't care right now. I spotted Susie's journal sitting on the center of my unmade bed. I didn't remember leaving it there. Dealing with anyone's past life or secrets right now felt too overwhelming. I just didn't want to deal. Quietly, I picked up the book, which felt heavy and awkward in my hands. I carried it to a small box of books that remained packed in a copy box and stowed in a dim corner. I pulled off the lid and gently set the journal on the stack. I dug the torn letter from my back pocket and laid it in the box as well. The journal had been hidden for over 150 years, and Terry has waited 30 years to write her letter. Leaving it unread a little longer wouldn't matter in the big scheme of things. I closed the lid and backed away, carefully and slowly, as if I'd just witnessed a great car accident. Not today, ladies. Not today. Sinking down onto the mattress, I barely noticed the squeak of the bed springs or jab of the spring in my fanny. Already the mattress and I were becoming far too familiar with each other. I plucked the last cupcake from the plate and bit into it. Carefully, I peeled the pink paper from the cake and then gently licked icing from around the edges. Though it was my second cupcake, it still tasted as sweet and sinful as the first. It also tasted of denial and fear. At best, eating was a temporary fix. I knew, like the journal and letter, my problems waited for me, like specters in the shadows. But for now, I was willing to settle for some sweet denial and benign procrastination. Chapter 8. Over the next few days, the bakery's hectic pace made it easy to almost forget Terry's letter and Susie's journal. Gallons of buttercream blended with endless columns of red and black numbers and temporarily quieted the jabbing thoughts during the daylight hours. On Saturday, Brad Foster, my pal from Suburban, pushed through the front door of the bakery. He wore a pink polo, collar popped up, iron jeans, and shiny loafers without socks. This morning I'd managed to brush my teeth and hair and was feeling pretty snappy until I saw him. I longed for the days when I wore pressed jeans, heels, and makeup. I tossed him a bright smile as I came around the counter and gave him a hug. The soft scent of Armani aftershave drifted around me. "Brad, what a nice surprise." He hugged me back. "You smell like cinnamon." I tucked a curl behind my ear. "Hazard of the trade." "I like it." "What brings you to my neck of the woods?" "Had to see how the other half is living. Plus, I told you, I'm addicted to those carrot cake cupcakes." I waggled my eyebrows. "They are still as great as you remember." "Good. Set me up with a dozen." I strolled around the counter. I was the only one manning the fort today. Rachel had a kid thing, and Margaret had a cemetery tour that she'd been planning for months. It took some hustling to get the customers served this morning, but I was amazed at how fast I'd settled back into my bakery groove. Pulling a box from under the counter, I reached for the first cake. "A dozen cupcakes, Brad. You won't be keeping that girlish figure of yours if you eat 12. I'm having a party this evening. It's for Dan, the account rep who got laid off last month. He bought a one-way ticket to Alaska and is starting over." Wow, Alaska. I pictured massive snow-capped mountains, cold, and elk. "That's a do-over." "Tell me about it." I carefully aligned each cupcake, knowing presentation was almost as important as taste. "You said you wanted to be an ice road trucker. Ever considered joining him?" He laughed. "I talk a mean game, but I'm too much of an office boy." "You hear Roger moved to China?" Mention of Roger had me cringing. I never liked that guy. "Yeah. Teacher, right?" "Yeah. Looks like I'm going to leave the bold moves to you, Dan, and Roger." Bold moves were often born of desperation rather than a quest for adventure. "That's nice. You're giving him a party." "Thought the cupcakes would be a nice surprise. It will remind him of what he's leaving. Plus, it will give me a chance to let folks know how you are doing." I carefully folded the cupcake box closed and tucked in the flaps. "I doubt any will ask, Brad. The Suburban blow-up is already old history." "Don't count on it. Gordon's fuck-ups were spectacular, legendary. Everyone felt like you really got reamed." My hand stilled for a moment. It was one thing for me to bitch to myself about Gordon, but to badmouth him to others, especially chatterboxes like Brad, didn't set well. "It wasn't all Gordon." "Hey, I know you two had a thing, but the guy effed up." Brad hadn't done the closed-end fund sector any favors in the last 6 months. Word was he'd had significant losses. I thought about Gordon down the street in his bike shop, and understood now why he didn't bother with newspapers or contacts with the old world. One day I expect we will open a dictionary and see the word suburbanized, meaning to blow up or destroy. You were right to dump him when you did. Did you ever hear what happened to the guy? He just fell off the radar. Carefully, I placed a gold USB sticker on the box. I'm sure Gordon did not need my protection from the likes of Brad. Gordon was fully capable of taking care of himself. But I did feel something for the guy. Soon enough, folks would know about his new business. I've got my hands full with my own life, Brad. That will be $30. He pulled out 2 20s and laid them on the counter. His buffed nails caught the morning light, and I found myself curling my own dried and cracked fingertips away from him. "So, are you loving this place?" he said. "It's a lot of work, but it has its moments." I made change and placed it in his palm. He stepped back and scanned the cupcake clock and the display case filled with goodies. "I should try something like this. Maybe not as extreme as Dan's move north, but I should do something." I wondered if he saw the walls needed a paint job, small crack in the display case glass, and the cupcake clock was 10 minutes slow. "Are the new suburban owners making noises about more changes?" "No. They seem happy to keep me and the remaining skeleton crew around." "So you're not under the gun?" "No, thank God." He looked at me. "I mean, I'm not as adaptable as you." "You might surprise yourself." "Especially if you get fired." He accepted the box. "I just might try something new one day." "Well, if you go into business for yourself, the new paycheck just might give you sticker shock." I doled out paychecks yesterday to Rachel and Margaret, but had held mine so the money could go toward the plumber who'd come to look at the water heater. "Yeah, gotta be rough. You were making good dough before." "They say you can't put a price on love, and they are right." He laughed. "Don't suppose you'd be interested in another job in finance?" "Who's asking?" "I heard Simon Davenport is looking for finance people." "Really?" He was a new developer on the scene and had offices near Old Town. "I've heard he is a ball-buster. Not that that is necessarily a bad thing. He's got one of the few growing businesses in the area. You should apply." "I did. Didn't get the job." He grinned. "So much for my big stab at independence." The faint scent of his Armani aftershave mingled with the aroma of confections. "But he might have something for you." "Thanks for the tip." "A job with Davenport would have put you back in the old grind, just like the old days." "Yeah." I couldn't decide if that was good or bad. "Thanks again." He lowered his voice a notch. "Did you get your money okay?" "I did, thanks." He studied the cafe, and again his gaze grew wistful and lost. "Hey, if you need more help financially, I could help you out." I held up my hand. I was flattered, hurt, and pissed, all in a flash. "Thanks, Brad, but we're good. Things are really clicking along now." That night, a hot bath eased my strained and tired muscles and sent me into an initial deep, drug-like sleep. These blissful hours were as close as I came to peace. Sleep, lately, was short-lived, however, and never lasted until the alarm clock. At 2 a.m., I sprung up, fully awake, my heart racing, the panic rising up in my chest, hot and furious. When I'd been at Suburban, and it was all falling apart, I often woke in the middle of the night. In this witching hour, my mind revved on overdrive, and I thought first about the business. Had we sold enough the day before? Was the new sound in the oven just a rattle that comes with the temperature change outside, or was it a harbinger of something more sinister? Was I too abrupt when I said no to the lady with red hair who'd wanted a wedding cake in 2 days? And then I thought about Brad's job tip, about Simon Davenport. If Davenport was hiring, could I juggle working with him and the bakery? Margaret juggled. God knows Rachel juggled. Why couldn't I? I turned on my side, adjusted my pillow, and curled up in a C shape, staring out the window toward the bright stars. The daily worries gave way to older ones. With a 1-2 quick step, my brain jumped back to the long-ago day in the bakery when I'd sat alone, half-eaten sugar cookies on a plate and red sprinkles dotting my yellow skirt. Damn. I rolled on my side and readjusted sheets, vowing never to drink coffee after 3 p.m. again. Why had Terry written now? 30 years, and now she wanted to connect. Was she dying? Did she need a kidney? Was she sorry? Of course, I had no answers, but right now stewing was preferable to knowing, which might bring more pain than I could handle.
Why haven't you read my book?
Because it's next to that woman's letter and I don't want to see it. A presence in the room gained strength, and I felt a warm breath on my ear, and the tap, tap of her finger on my shoulder. I smelled honeysuckle.
Read it.
I don't have time to read your book.
You are avoiding me.
Leave me alone.
Not until you read my story.
She pinched my arm, hard. I flinched and rubbed the flesh of my arm, amazed that it hurt so much. My brain buzzed and ticked through the details of the coming day as I glanced at the clock, hoping it read 3:44. Nope, it read 2:44.
No, wait. It's Sunday.
I don't have to be anywhere. Crap. Irritation snapped. I had hours of more sleep to enjoy. I needed sleep. I needed to shut down. I laid back and closed my eyes. I did deep breathing exercises, counted sheep, punched my pillow, and rolled on my side. But nothing coaxed me back to sleep. I was too jazzed.
Read my book.
Leave me alone.
Not until you read.
Muttering a curse, I sat up and clicked on the side table light and padded over to the box I'd not opened in 3 days. I reached inside for the book, careful not to let my fingers skim Terry's letter. I was still not ready to open that Pandora's box, but I could look at the journal. Sitting back on my bed, cross-legged, I gently opened the front cover. 2S, with love, J. Over 150 years, and so many lifetimes, separated me from S and J. I still didn't understand why Mrs. Woodrow would want me to have this mystery. Clearly, the old woman had made a mistake. Better to just read the journal and give it to Margaret.
I knew your mama. Your other mama.
The words clanged and rattled in my head. If only the old lady had lived a few more days. Then I could have taken Terry's letter to her and asked more questions. Was Terry my mother? Was she the woman you saw me with all those years ago? If only Mrs. Woodrow had mentioned my other mother's name. Just a name would have clarified so very much. If only... I glared at the journal, which I now associated with the letter. There was no logic in this thought process. One had nothing to do with the other. But that didn't make it any easier for me to separate the two. I opened to a random page.
It's hot work by the stove in the cookhouse behind the master's house. This morning I was put in charge of making breakfast for the house. Even as I struggled to coax the embers to life and bank the fire, I was grateful I knew how the oven worked. Mistress says I am of good use to her for the first time ever, and that I might be worth keeping. I burned my arm on the cast-iron pan as the flat cakes cooked. The injury stung something awful even after I rushed outside and pumped cool water on it.
The cakes burned, and, nursing my burn, I had to scrape hard to get them off the pan's bottom. When Mama got home long after sunset, I followed her into the kitchen and showed her my burn. I wanted a bit of sympathy, a hug, or praise for the work I did in the master's house, but she had none to spare. I cried and wailed and tried to show Mama my burn again and again, but she wasn't the least bit kind about my injury. In fact, the red burn that slashed across my forearm seemed to make her angry. She says Master will have more reason to sell me if I am so clumsy around the stoves. And if the wound were to go sour, I could lose my arm or die. Then she did unwrap my bandage and take a look at the burn. She promised to find herbs tomorrow and make a poultice. When I repeated what the mistress said about me being of use, she tossed me a bitter smile. Make no mistake, girl. She would sell me or you in a heartbeat. The woman has not liked either of us since the day she first stepped over the front threshold. I pressed for her to explain, but she would not. She slumped in the wooden kitchen chair and in silence ate her hardtack smeared with bacon grease. Whatever had happened that day had drained her of all energy and vigor. I asked her about her day, but she said it was none of my concern. For the first time, my Mama looked old. The kid had been having trouble with her mother. Not what I needed right now. I replaced the journal in the box, dressed, and headed downstairs to the bakery. Fuck it. It was Sunday, but there was always work to be done. At least I knew I could get a little peace of mind working. To my surprise, I found Henri standing by the large mixer, lovingly feeding flour into his dough. I nodded a greeting to him. He grunted back. Stumbling over to the coffee machine, I filled a USB mug and sipped. Hot and strong, the coffee gave me a much-needed boost. You know it's Sunday, right? Oui. I pressed the warm mug to my temple and closed my eyes as I ticked through the day's tasks and listened to the whir and thump of the dough mixer. Why are you here? Baking helps me think. Ah. Who was I to argue? We were 2 peas in a pod. I moved toward a pallet of newly delivered supplies. Sugar, rye flour, and even some of that organic flour Rachel had lusted over at the beginning of the week. I could do inventory. It would save Rachel and me time tomorrow. I set my mug down, content to let Henri bake while I assembled and organized. We worked in a companionable silence for a half-hour before he spoke. Your sister cannot do this alone. I was shocked that he had actually spoken a complete sentence. I didn't think he'd ever said so many words to me before. I turned and found he still hunched over his mixer, his gaze squarely on the dough in the industrial stainless bowl. For a moment, I paused, not certain I'd heard correctly. Did you say something? His downcast gaze did not flicker, but he raised a gnarled hand to the mixer's speed control. It slowed so he could be better heard. She is creative, perhaps one of the most talented bakers I've ever known, but no businesswoman. I know. Believe me, I know. I didn't approach him because it still felt odd to be having a real conversation with Henri. Most days it was, "Hey," grunt. "Thanks," grunt. "Have a good evening," grunt. He grabbed a handful of flour and sprinkled some into the mixer. "So you will stay." I took a tentative step toward him. "For now." After a moment's hesitation, he said, "I will be leaving soon. The time has come for me to retire." My mouth dropped open, and then I snapped it closed. "What?" "I am leaving." His voice did not waver, and I knew the decision was firm. I closed my eyes.
torn between begging him to stay, wishing him well, and wondering how much more could go wrong.
When?
2 months. June. At the rate the bakery was going, I wondered if we'd have the money to stay open that long. And a part of me was glad Henri would be gone so he did not have to see the bakery fail. If we made it to June, I was not sure how we'd make it without the bread. Summer sales were always higher, and there'd be no getting by without Henri. All these thoughts clanged and rattled like the chains of a ghost, but all I heard myself say was, "Thank you for staying this long." He glanced at me with red-rimmed eyes.
"I stayed for your parents and Rachel."
"I know." He sniffed and straightened a fraction.
"But you are here now."
Laughter rumbled in the back of my throat. "Everyone keeps saying that." He shifted a squinting gaze at me.
"You will fix things."
I sipped my coffee and wondered if this kind of news warranted an Irish coffee. "That's asking a lot." He shrugged. The utter calm in my voice truly amazed me. "I don't suppose you know of a baker I could hire?" He turned back to his dough, his stooped shoulders telegraphing his age more than ever.
"I will think about that."
"Great." I gulped the rest of my coffee and finished putting away the supplies. I found my way to my office, which now had some semblance of order. I spent the next half hour online, checking our accounts. Ike's check had cleared, and still the bottom remained in the black, if only just barely. 2 days ago, I'd asked Margaret to really start tracking what sold and didn't sell before she hauled the day's leftovers to the food kitchen. We needed to separate our moneymakers from our duds. My request had prompted Margaret to roll her eyes and grumble, but so far she'd kept a pretty accurate tally. I'd hoped in the next 2 weeks to have a snapshot of what sold and what didn't. With tax day looming, I had gotten on the phone a few days ago with the bakery's accountant. He'd told me he'd filed an extension for the bakery, confident that we had not turned a profit, and had said that I could take the next month gathering all the paperwork. It appeared Rachel's tax system involved dumping receipts in the desk's bottom drawer. I was able to excavate through the receipts layers like an archaeologist at a dig and entered them in my favorite spreadsheet program. Slowly, I was piecing together the last year's finances. Each day I tried to dig a little deeper, hoping I'd hit the drawer's bottom in the next couple of weeks. My cell on my hip vibrated, and I checked the time. 3:30. The alarm was always set. As Dad used to say, "A baker never sleeps." I shut it off and went back to work. It was just after 7 when I made a second pot of coffee. Henri had finished his random baking, and I'd managed to pull together the tax receipts. When I heard footsteps behind me, I turned to find Rachel. She'd washed her face and pulled back her hair. I handed her coffee. She sipped it, a moan of gratitude rumbling in her throat as she took a second sip. "When did you become a morning person?" "I'm pretty sure it's a fluke. In fact, you just might find me in the fetal position around 2 o'clock this afternoon."
You just might find me curled beside you.
She closed the door softly behind her. Secured on her hip was the baby monitor she kept in the bakery in case the girls woke up. "So why are you moving so slow?"
Dreams of Mike. I dreamed again he was alive.
She'd had those dreams a lot in the months after his death. Mom had told me she often woke up crying and disoriented.
I'm sorry. Sometimes the dreams are so real I can smell the scent of his skin and feel the brush of his knuckles on my cheek. When we were married, he always brushed my cheek before he left for the bakery and told me he loved me. Last night, I could have sworn his spirit was here.
Color warmed her cheeks, as if the statement embarrassed her. I cocked a brow. "Please tell me he is not haunting the place." She blinked, as if that were the last comment she expected.
Why would you say that?
I glanced toward the ceiling. This place seems to be full of odd energy.
What kind of energy?
Hard to say. Her gaze narrowed.
You deal in numbers, facts, and figures. You're not making sense.
I pinched the bridge of my nose and wondered if I were more rested, if I'd even open this line of conversation. I think 2 ghosts in one house are quite enough.
2 ghosts?
Now she was smiling. It was good to see her smiling, and I didn't feel so much like a fool for voicing my thoughts. That's right. 2. A good one and a bad one.
Really?
Yep. She leaned forward, cradling her cup.
Do tell.
I could swear I have felt 2 ghosts. I sounded insane, but let's face it, I was insane for tackling this bakery manager job. I know this sounds pretty odd. She raised a brow.
Reminds me of when you were a kid, and you'd sit in the corner of our bedroom and chat with someone.
Who?
Beyond me. But I think you introduced us once.
I grinned. Did I?
Yup. Her name was Sally? Sarah? I think it started with an S.
Susie.
Yeah, that's it. And according to you, she'd lost her mother like you'd lost yours. I told Mom, but she said she'd figured it was just your way of coping with the big changes you'd gone through.
I didn't say anything for a moment. It could easily have been explained away as a childhood fantasy. No one would have blamed me. I wouldn't have blamed myself. But it wasn't a fantasy. That much I was sure.
You said 2 ghosts?
Yeah, 1 good and 1 bad. The bad one doesn't like me so much. He wants me to leave. Rachel cocked her head.
What did you say to the ghost to make him mad?
What makes you think it's my fault? It could just be a bad ghost. She dropped her voice a notch.
Daisy, you have a talent for irritating the living like no one I know. I love you, but you can be prickly. Stands to reason you found a way to hack off a few dead people.
I laughed. What was there to deny? I did have a sharp tongue. It's a talent. What can I say? Monday morning was a replay of last Monday. Rachel and I worked in the bakery with Henri, and Margaret stumbled through the front door 10 minutes after 7. I'd given up expecting Margaret to arrive on time. 10 minutes here or there didn't matter as much to me as it had that first day. Quirks went hand in hand with this business. Besides, Margaret really was great with the customers. She not only knew all by name, but she remembered their likes and dislikes. And new customers to the store, tourists, visitors, or businessmen, quickly felt as if they'd been Union Street Bakery customers for years, thanks to Margaret. So I let the 10 minutes roll. Rachel, with her pastries and kitchen, was content. Left to her own devices, she'd never enter the bakery office again. And other than her daughters, I'd started to wonder if she cared much about the outside world. Rachel created, Margaret greeted, and I managed. Between the 3 of us, we made a whole baker. It all felt kind of normal and manageable. Yet rumbling under the surface of all this calm was Henri's plans to retire, which he'd only discussed with me, the oven that needed coaxing and the water heater that kept tripping the breaker. I also was going to have a sit-down with Rachel and discuss the menu. We had key items, though delicious, that were time-consuming to make and expensive. If they'd been selling well, I'd have let it ride, but so far the molasses cookies, pumpkin bread, and peanut butter bars had to go. Rachel thought of each item as one of her babies, and she would not be happy. No matter how smooth the waters, there were always sharks under the surface, waiting to snap. I'd forgotten that Mabel Woodrow's funeral was today, until Mom breezed into the bakery at 11 and reminded me. Margaret and Rachel had remembered, but the detail had never taken root in my brain. "I can't believe you forgot," Margaret said. "Groovy hair, Mom." Mom had been to the salon to get her hair done in a style that was a little too formal for my tastes. She gingerly touched the side of her updo.
"Thanks, honey."
A customer entered the shop, and we all grinned. Margaret greeted while Mom followed me to the register.
"You need to go."
"I am pretty busy. Cut me some slack." I wiped my hands on my apron and punched the sale button on the register. The drawer popped open, and I started to pull out extra cash for the afternoon deposit. "I kind of thought I'd just hold down the fort."
"No, you're coming."
She glanced at the customer, a woman in a sharp business suit ordering sugar cookies, smiled, and lowered her voice. Oddly, Mom was more threatening when her voice was low and controlled.
"Mrs. Woodrow's funeral promises to attract half of the city. The pews for the 1 o'clock church service will fill quickly, so we need to leave early."
"Where's the service?" I asked as I arranged all the bills face up. Margaret handed the lady her change and tossed me a glance that shouted, "Moron!"
"Christ Church. I told you that. And Dad has decided that the McCrae clan should gather at the bakery 30 minutes beforehand and walk the 5 blocks to the church."
"We won't get a seat."
"There'll be a lot of old folks there, and they'll need the seats."
I considered reminding Mom that she and Dad were in their 70s, but decided not to go down that path. "Shit."
"Daisy, manners."
"Fine. I'll be ready." It was a warm spring day, and being outside should have been a treat, but I was already feeling the exhaustion creeping into my limbs. I should have slept late yesterday, or taken a nap, but I'd worked on quarterly taxes most of the day. I'd need a double shot of espresso from the machine before I headed upstairs to shower. After the morning rush, I snuck back to my office and worked on supply orders and arranged the few catering contracts Rachel had signed. By the time I glanced up at the clock, I realized I was totally out of time and had to dash upstairs for a quick shower. Stripping as I moved across my apartment, I dropped my clothes and dashed to the bathroom. I turned on the shower, and as the water heated, I brushed my teeth. When steam rose, I jumped into the shower, expecting to stay seconds, but the hot spray tempted me to linger. Its heat and steady beat worked tension and fatigue from my muscles, and I couldn't help but close my eyes. For a moment, my mind drifted. She wrapped long fingers around my small hand, and I had to hurry to match her long strides. My feet hurt, and the air was cold. All I wanted to do was get back in our car and sleep under my blanket. "Daisy, you need to hurry. If we're late, the old lady won't see us." My eyes snapped open, and immediately I shut off the water. The memory was so real and tangible, it felt like I'd just tripped back in time. Who the hell was the woman speaking to me? Squeezing my eyes shut, I willed the memory to replay, but no amount of coercion, begging, or pleading would bring it back. Damn it. I shoved wet hair out of my eyes and snatched a towel off the hook on the bathroom door. Dry, I dashed naked across my bedroom and dug panties and a bra from a garbage bag crammed full of clothes I'd yet to unpack. I scrambled into my undies, reached for another bag, and dug through layers of clothes, wishing I'd taken some time to unpack. Why was it that I could drop my savings into the business, commit to finding a replacement for Henri, but couldn't commit to unpacking? By the time I'd started to rummage through the second bag, a bead of sweat had formed on my upper lip. I muttered curses until my fingers brushed my favorite simple black slacks, which I fished out. Next, I hunted for a clean white shirt, which I discovered was badly wrinkled. More digging produced a black sweater to cover the worst of the wrinkles. I brushed my damp hair out, slicked it back in a neat bun at the base of my neck, and secured it with a large clip. Makeup remained nowhere to be found, so I settled on dark sunglasses. 3 months ago, I'd never have dared go to work with a wrinkled shirt or a makeup-free face. But my life was no longer my own, and vanity had taken a hit for Team Daisy.
Daisy, are you ready?
Rachel called up from the second floor. I just need shoes. I tossed off the lid to the box marked shoes and dug out a pair of kitten heels as well as a red scarf. Shoving swollen feet, already accustomed to clogs, into the heels, I hurried down the stairs. Rachel stood with my 2 nieces. All 3 looked so pulled together. Rachel had washed and dried her hair, and now it curled nicely above her shoulders. She wore a black suit, a yellow silk handkerchief in the breast pocket, white knit top, hose, no less, and heels. The girls sported matching yellow dresses that had white bows around the waist. White patent leather shoes and lace socks completed the look. This was the first look I'd had of the girls since I arrived. I'd heard them run past my office door a couple of times, but I'd been too busy to say hi. I'd promised myself that when Sunday came, I'd take them to the park. But they'd been playing and I'd been doing taxes. I was starting to understand now why we hadn't seen so much of Dad when we were kids. Boy, you girls sure do look fine, I said. Ellie smiled sweetly.
Thank you.
Anna studied me with eyes that hinted of an old soul.
Your shirt is wrinkled.
Shh, I said. Don't tell Grandma. I buttoned the sweater up to the top and looped my long scarf around my neck. There, is that better? Ellie nodded yes. Anna shook her head no. Both girls giggled, and we headed down the stairs. Halfway down, I said to Rachel, How do you do it? You are so together. She smoothed her hand over her skirt. This is the dress I wore to Mike's funeral. It's been in the closet, untouched, and Mom took the girls shopping yesterday. The mention of Mike made me sorry I even asked about the clothes. I didn't want to upset Rachel or bring back reminders of that very dark time. The mood leading up to Mike's funeral had been so different. We'd all been numb, walking around trying not to show our sadness for Rachel's and the girls' sakes. The kids had been about 3.5, and they'd not really understood what was happening, though each saw the tension in their mother's eyes. By the end of that day, Ellie couldn't stop crying, and Anna had been so angry she'd refused to put on her pajamas until I'd offered a chocolate bribe. When we'd buried Mike, a cold rain had drizzled, and the February air was cold and raw. When the casket had been lowered into the ground, we'd all just turned and driven back to the bakery. All of the McCraes had sat in the front cafe. I'd been the one who went behind the counter, made coffee, and scrounged the cookies Mike had baked just 2 days earlier. Our lives had turned on a dime, and no amount of planning on my part or Rachel's could have stopped it. Downstairs, we found Mom, Dad, and Margaret in the front cafe. Margaret wore a black peasant dress with a brightly colored vest. Mom had pinned a bright blue pin to the lapel of her pantsuit, and Dad wore a red tie. Wearing a hint of color to a funeral was a McCrae family tradition. We wore black to symbolize the sadness of the life lost, and the color to recognize the gifts that the departed had brought to us all. I can't say exactly what gifts Mrs. Woodrow had brought into my life, but I had to concede that 99 years of living was no small feat. "Chop, chop, girls," Dad said. He clapped his hands, winked at Ellie and Anna, and the McCrae unit departed. While Mom, Margaret, Rachel, and the girls lagged a little behind, my normally quick pace started to put distance between us. Dad caught up to me. "So, I'm still good to see the books?" 2 weeks. 13 days. You gonna be ready? I tossed a wide grin. I was born ready, Dad. He did his best to keep his tone casual. If you don't want to wait the 2 weeks, we can do it tomorrow. Nope, 2 weeks is good. I adjusted my scarf. Don't you just want to let go and rest a little? If this last week has taught me anything, you deserve it. He snorted. Retiring is a bit like severing an arm. Letting go of the bakery? You're kidding. Just wait. You'll see. It worms its way into your blood. Not mine. He raised a brow. What did you do on your day off? Frowning, I glared at him. I worked, but only because I needed to get caught up. He chuckled. That's what I said at first. I'm different. Not so much, kiddo. Mom snaked up behind Dad and patted him on the back. Tell me you are not talking about the bakery. No harm in that, Sheila, Dad said. We walked as a group the 5 blocks to Christ Church. A brick and wrought iron wall surrounded the pre-revolutionary church, and a grove of trees shaded the courtyard from the busy street. Raised beds were filled with bright flowers, and the heavy scent of boxwoods hung in the air. Sandstone grave markers, eroded by time and weather, dotted the yard. Margaret once said that over time many of the graves had lost their markers, and the ones that hadn't had succumbed to weather's blurring effects. We arrived just as a very large group of mourners gathered at the back door. When they didn't move forward, Mom whispered, I knew the church would be packed. She knew everyone, Dad said. He shifted his shoulders, and his jacket stretched tight across his back. He'd had this same suit since the 70s, and though Mom had bugged him about getting a new one, he refused. According to Dad, there were better things to buy. Water heaters and mixers came to mind. Finally, the group ahead was able to move inside, and we found a standing spot in the aisle near the pulpit. The church's interior was 10 degrees cooler than outside. Does anybody see Henri? Dad asked. I scanned the room and spotted Henri across the room in a back pew. He stared ahead, his shoulders back and straight. Looks like he got one of the last seats in the house. Good, Dad said. I know his back has been bothering him. Gauging by the tone of Dad's voice, I sensed he knew more about Henri's health than I'd first thought. Should I tell him we're here? No, Dad said. He'll insist on giving his seat to Mom or one of you girls. Let's leave him be. The priest stood in front of the altar wearing his finest vestments, and the soft murmurs in the church ceased. Behind the priest, 24 choir members, dressed in red robes, smiled serenely at the crowd. There must be 200 people here, Mom said. Dad shook his head. Honestly, I'm surprised there aren't more people. Including my birth mother? The thought clanged in my head as I scanned the crowd again. Did Miss Mabel really know her? Could the 2 women have been close enough that Renee, or Terry, would attend the funeral? My heart thumped a little faster, and I couldn't decide if I was angry or excited. If we're late, the old lady won't see us. As the minister cleared his voice and began to speak, I found myself tensing. I recognized a lot of the people. They were bakery customers, high school friends, or folks I passed regularly on the street. I could recall some names, but most I couldn't have summoned without some kind of prompt. I searched beyond the inner ring, hoping that perhaps Renee, or Terry, or some woman who looked like me might be standing back, perhaps even searching for me. But hats and dark glasses obscured most of the distant faces. A breeze carried the strong fragrance of the gardenias draped around the pulpit. A large black and white picture of Mabel Woodrow had been placed at the front of the church. The photo appeared to have been taken when she was in her 20s. White organza and dark curls framed a heart-shaped face, and her smile enhanced a clear, direct gaze filled with energy and vitality. According to the priest, Mabel had been born in 1914 to a working-class family. She had 2 older brothers, attended the area high school, and unlike her brothers, attended 2 years of college. In 1932, she'd married Robert Woodrow, an Alexandria man of privilege and means who had chosen the military as his career. They traveled the country, moving from military base to military base, and by all accounts were a happy couple, despite the fact that their marriage was never blessed with children. At the outbreak of World War II, Robert was stationed in Italy, and Mabel went to live in the Alexandria house that had been left to Robert by his parents. During a battle in northern Italy, Robert had suffered a head trauma from shrapnel, and when he returned home, he was never quite the same. Mabel cared for him until he died 6 years later. Mabel had lost her 2 brothers to heart disease in the last 2 decades, but she'd remained active in her nieces' and nephews' lives. Up until the last few years, she dedicated herself to volunteer work, splitting her time between different children's charities. Everyone, it seemed, loved her. She'd been all but invisible to me when she'd come into the shop last Monday. I'd not seen past her wrinkled skin and gray hair, or my own fears and frustrations. Now, as I looked at the picture, I glimpsed an interesting woman who'd lived nearly a century in a house only 3 blocks from the bakery. Until this moment, all I'd known about her was that she liked sweet buns and could ramble about my other mother. The choir sang Amazing Grace, and the piercing notes of the organ rumbled through the pipes and filled the sanctuary. The scent of gardenias weighed heavily in the stone church. As if Margaret had heard my thoughts, she whispered, "She loved gardenias. I brought her one for her birthday last November." "I bet she liked that," I said absently. "She seemed to." Margaret sighed. No hint of anger in her. In fact, I detected a little sadness when she said, "Beats me why she gave you that journal." "Me too." I glanced out the small side window beside me at the headstones. "Do you think S or J could be buried here somewhere?" Margaret shook her head. "I doubt S is buried here. If she were a slave and had managed to live and die in this town, she would have been buried in Freedman's Cemetery or another African-American cemetery, and that's assuming she even died in Alexandria. Where's Freedman's Cemetery?" "Off Washington Street. They put in a memorial park there a couple of years ago and did some archaeological work. Some of the cemetery was destroyed by development, and most of the gravestones were lost." "What about Jay?" Margaret glared at me. "Let me read the book, and maybe I can figure out who Jay was. Then I might know. Have you read it yet?" "No." "God, Daisy, why?" Her voice raised a notch. Mom paused mid-verse and shot us both a look. We were in our 30s, accomplished for the most part, and Mom could still reduce us to 2 12-year-olds with a single glare. I winked at Mom and joined in on the song's chorus. When Mom dropped her gaze back to her hymnal, I whispered to Margaret, "I will. Soon, I promise. Did you ever find your notes or tapes of your interviews with Mabel?" "Not yet. But I only have a couple of more places to look. It's odd I can't find them. I'm normally really good about organizing historical stuff." Mom cleared her throat. That ended all conversation. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are here today, not to mourn, but to celebrate the life of Mabel Ann Sampson Woodrow." For the next 45 minutes, folks climbed up into the wine-glass pulpit and shared stories about Mabel, who'd been one of the first women in the city to own a car. She'd also run for office, written for the local paper, championed literacy centers, and marched in the 60s civil rights rallies. She'd had such a rich and full life, and yet I'd not really seen her the day she'd come to the bakery. She'd been a frustrating annoyance, A guilty sigh rushed from my lungs. I couldn't do anything for Mabel, but I could at least read the book she'd given me.
"Are you around this evening?"
I asked Margaret. Margaret looked toward Mom, and then me.
"Yeah, why?"
"I'll bring the journal. We can read it together." Dark eyes brightened.
"Done."